Good morning, and thank you for coming. This is the Section 59 of the Medical Schemes Act inquiry. We are commencing the final phase of the public hearings, which will be held this week, by listening to the evidence of medical schemes and medical schemes administrators. This morning will be a presentation from Polmet, followed in the afternoon by a presentation from Bonitas. I presume we have representatives from Polmet. Yes. Thank you. If you can switch on your microphone.
That's correct, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the procedure we've been following is that we take an oath or an affirmation to those people who will be speaking, because the evidence is given under oath. And are there any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No objections, Chairperson.
Who will be speaking? Who will be presenting, speaking, and giving the testimony?
Chair, I will be doing the presentation, and I will take the oath. I do have two colleagues whom I may want to confer with from time to time, but no. For the purpose of the record, I will be running the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
No, that's fine. Will you take the oath then and say after me, I, and your full names?
I.
Your full names?
I, Ngosinati Wiseman Buka.
Hereby swear.
Hereby swear.
That the evidence I will give.
That the evidence I will give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing else but the truth.
And nothing else but the truth.
Will you raise your right hand and say, so help me God?
So help me God.
Thank you. So Mr. Buka, you can take us through. I see we have a couple of documents from you, and we have a slide presentation.
That's correct, Chair. Chair, if I may, we do have a bundle that I would like to hand to the panel as well as the Secretariat, which I will be talking through in terms of our presentation.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, if I may start by just reflecting on a few in limine points or opening remarks, as it were, just for the purpose of reflecting on how they may have assisted or hindered in terms of our preparation for these proceedings. Chair, without much delay, I would like to start by first just apologizing that our PO, who would have been here, but for the other prior commitments, could not join us. She's out of town, and therefore she would have loved very much to be here. She very much respects these proceedings. However, at the time of getting the confirmation of this date and the time, she was already out of time, and therefore she couldn't make changes in terms of that schedule. Thank you, Chair.
That is fine. Presumably you have the full mandate.
Chair, thank you. I certainly have a full mandate, Chair. So I will, sorry, I will proceed on that basis. Chair, the next point I want to just reflect on briefly is the issue of the engagements with the Secretariat to the panel. We have had time issues in terms of receiving notices that are less than the times. Thank you.
I didn't realize that we can't see you.
We've had notices, Chair, that were less than the times required in terms of the terms of reference of the panel. And further to that, we've had situations where the communication has not been sent to the correct people within the scheme. And therefore, either that communication then delayed in terms of being attended to, or there were certain dynamics that led to the preparation not being as utmost as we would have wanted to. Chair, we had prepared in terms of, for purposes of assisting the panel, a timeline in terms of the events as that talks to what I am right now reflecting. If the panel would like to have that, we can hand over that for the purpose of the panel, but we don't want to make it a point so as to delay and detract these proceedings. But we do want to reflect that it is and was a concern for us.
All right, you can hand it up. If you've got 3 copies for the panel, that's fine. Otherwise, give it to the Secretariat.
May I ask a further question just in relation to your procedural concerns? Can you explain to us how or if you've been prejudiced, and then how we can cure that prejudice? Because we obviously, this is your evidence. There may be opportunities to supplement your evidence if you need, but I don't think we should let it hold us up. We just would like to know what is the prejudice you've experienced, if any, and how we can cure that.
Thank you. Chair, so as I said, for example, the PO would have loved to be here to address certain points, and that could not happen, and therefore I have the necessary mandate to address those. What can cure the prejudices that we have had to encounter because of those problems is, Chair, among other things, we've indicated that to some extent on certain things, we would be pleased to have an opportunity to address those by way of written submissions, or depending on how the panel wants to proceed by way of heads of argument on certain items. But what we are saying, Chair, is that it would not be ideal for us to request that for any reason this process be detracted or delayed, but as long as we can have an opportunity to amplify certain of the things that because of those problems we couldn't adequately or utmostly put the necessary preparations and records for.
Thank you. I think it's now time to move to the presentation.
I will move to the presentation, Chair. In terms of your instruction, but there were some other few points, but I'm
not overruling your points. I mean, I thought you explained the prejudice and how you suggest we can cure it. We will obviously factor that in. But if you've got a further preliminary point, by all means raise it.
Thank you.
But I would like you to focus on your presentation. I think that's why you are here this morning, and you have 2 hours.
Thank you, Chair. So maybe I'll quickly gloss through some of the preliminary or opening remarks. As I said, Chair, the idea is to assist the panel so that some of these things the panel is well versed of when it goes about its process of deliberating and taking certain progress steps on some of these. Chair, one of the things, for example, that I would like to pose as a matter of the preliminary points is the complaints that were referred to Parliament for purpose of response in preparation for these proceedings. Chair, there were a number of concerns with that process. First, the complaints were a conflation of complaints against a number of schemes, which effectively means that certain information relating to other schemes was exchanged with Parliament, probably unduly, and certain of the information relating to Parliament, to the extent that similar as the same bundle or the same pack that we received was also sent to the other schemes, it may well be that Palmer's information has been then referred to other schemes. So the complaints compilation process for people of schemes to respond was also a problematic issue. So without further ado, I'll now go to our presentation. Chair, just to indicate that our presentation will focus on the correspondence we've received from the Secretariat in terms of the issues we are requested to respond to or to address. And so we will take those issues and we will try and dissect for the purpose of the panel to the best in terms of how we can respond to them. If you can go to the next slide, Connie. Chair, we'll start with the composition of Polmet. Polmet is a non-profit entity, I suppose like any other scheme in terms of the regulatory regime. It is a closed scheme, Chair, and it was formed in 1981 at the time as a service benefit in terms of the Police Service Act, and it was later then registered with the council in 2000 to be exact as a medical scheme for purposes of the regulatory regime of the Medical Schemes Act. Chair, the scheme only caters for members of the police who are appointed in terms of the Police Service Act. And you'll appreciate, Chair, that there are certain other members within the police service who are appointed in terms of other laws. So those would not fall within the purview of the cover of Polmet. Chair, the scheme has got two benefit options, and probably this is one of the highlights or the prominent points about the scheme. The two benefit options, one option is the aquarium option, which is a basic option. And then, Chair, the second option is the marine option, which is a more enhanced option, which caters for more sickly members in terms of managed disease programs and so on. Thank you, Connie. Next slide. Chair, I'm now going to deal with the governance of Polmet. We have, Chair, at Polmet a 14-member board, and the board is composed of members who are elected by members of the scheme, as well as members who are designated or appointed by the National Commissioner. The split, Chair, is into half. In other words, the Commissioner appoints 7 or designates 7 of those members, and the members elect the other 7. We have, Chair, on the slide there, on the screen, the actual board members, just for the appreciation of the panel. Further to that, Chair, the board has got board subcommittees. We have an audit and risk committee, and Chair, if I can briefly just talk about that. The audit and risk committee is an independent committee. It is chaired by an independent, non-elected, non-designated or non-appointed chair. The rest of the committees, Chair, are the members of the board, as it were. Our Audit and Risk Committee, Chair, is seized with all the risk and audit issues. It gets reports from, among others, the fraud, waste, abuse component of the management of the scheme. We also, Chair, have got a clinical governance committee. The clinical governance committee, Chair, looks at specifically the clinical issues, the benefit designs, and it approves all matters that relate to those things. So in terms of the internal processes, we will have certain processes that lead to either certain proposals that must then be taken to that committee for purposes of approval. Then, Chair, we've got a legal ethics, complaints, and dispute resolution committee. Chair, this committee looks at issues such as the ethical conduct within the leadership or the governance of the scheme. It looks at complaints. So in other words, once a complaint has been taken through the internal operational management issues and there is still no resolution, then a complaint would be referred to that committee for a final decision before then the matter can be referred to council. We then, Chair, have also an investment committee. This committee looks after the scheme's investment in terms of which portfolios, the investment statement, compliance with the regulations in terms of which assets the schemes may be allowed in terms of the regulatory regime to invest in. And then, Chair, we've got an HR REMCO committee. That committee, Chair, looks at all your HR issues, your remuneration, both at board level up to the staff level. It would look at issues such as the policy for purpose of remuneration. It would look at what must be tabled with the AGM in terms of the board's remuneration. So that committee, Chair, is responsible for the entire functioning of the scheme. Okay, Connie? Chair, we then have an executive committee of which I am a member of. Chair, the executive is headed by Ms. Naohawa as the principal officer, whom, as I've indicated, Chair, already that she could not join us today. We then have the chief legal officer, which is myself, Advocate Ngosnati Buga. We then have the chief financial officer, Chair, Mr. H. Yenes Duplessis. We've got a chief of corporate services, Chair, Mr. Mashudu Sadiki. And then we have the chief operations officer, Dr. Yaku Makink. In terms of portfolios, Chair, the operations look specifically at communication with members, at issues of clinical management, relationship with networks and designated service providers. So that would be the portfolio that is covered by the chief operations officer. Portfolio that is covered by the chief of corporate services would be your systems issues, IT, safety, analytics, so that would fall under that portfolio. The Chief Financial Officer, Chair, looks at the financial health of the scheme. And then the portfolio that is covered by the Chief Legal Officer includes public policy, legal advisory, litigation, regulatory compliance, risk management, fraud, waste, abuse management. So that would be the functions that are covered by that portfolio. Hence, our being mandated to come and respond to these proceedings today. Chair, I now deal with just briefly the business model. If I may start briefly just with the contributions, Chair, you will see that in terms of contributions, the employer contributes 75% towards the contribution pool of the scheme, and members contribute by way of direct monthly deductions or debit order and so on, 25% towards contributions. So there is a large exposure in terms of how the department has structured its budget, and it affects in terms of the employer contribution, how the scheme budgets. Then, Chair, I want to take you to the split in terms of membership. I did indicate, Chair, earlier that the membership is specifically members who are appointed in terms of the Police Service Act. So we have continuation members, which are members who either have retired or have been medically boarded, and so on. So we describe those as continuation members. So they will continue to be members of the scheme and therefore pay the necessary contributions and be covered by the employer contribution in terms of the split that I've indicated earlier. Then, Chair, you have 7 members. Our 7-member ratio is about 82%. Now, those are members that are in force as we speak, that are busy with operations as we speak. So that's the kind of pool that our scheme covers. Then, just in terms of the outsourced business model, Chair, we have outsourced the administration to MedScheme. We have outsourced managed care to MedScheme. We have outsourced optical benefit management to PPN, and we have outsourced medical emergency services to Netcare 911.
Mr. Buku, may I interrupt you there? I understand that you outsource your fraud, waste and abuse function. Does it get outsourced through the administration or your managed care component?
Thank you, Chair. It's outsourced through the administration.
So there's
company.
an administration contract in place between you and MedScheme?
That's correct.
Which determines how MedScheme conducts the fraud, waste and abuse monitoring, etc.
That's correct.
And can you tell us what exactly that contract says, please?
Chair, among the slides, there is somewhere where we make reference to the relationship, the structure of the relationship. But in terms of the actual detail, as in clause by clause, I don't think, Chair, we will be able to go through that. It is something we can, if the panel is comfortable, address by way of a written or heads submission. But in the presentation, there is some slides that talk to the general design and the structure of the relationship, if that pleases the Chair.
Just a follow-on question.
Sorry, have you provided us with the contract?
No, we haven't placed the actual contract in the bundle.
Can you provide us with the contract, please?
Chair, we have looked at that. The contract, Chair, contains certain information that may necessarily be confidential in terms of the relationship that exists between the parties. However, as I've indicated, Chair, if we have to make a submission by way of heads or written submission, we can address that through that, in that way. You will recall, Chair, that once the panel has completed its work, the total record of the proceedings may at some point be a public record information, and hence our submission that, Chair, it would be better if we address that by way of a written submission or heads of argument, and we address the specific questions that relate to the contract and the terms thereof.
My follow-up question is, I'm not sure I understand why that contract would be confidential, so perhaps you can expand on that now.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as I've indicated, so there may be certain details that are necessarily a proprietary or commercial information of the parties. And to that extent, there may well be information, and Chair, because we're not preparing to present specifically on the contract, I can't take you through that right now, but all I'm saying is that at a principal level, there may well be information that is proprietary, that is commercial, that before we then determine how to present the necessary records to the panel, and to what extent and what protections we may seek if we do that, it would be better if then we do that by way of a written submission.
All right, thank you. You say there's a part in your submission where you're going to deal with the contract.
Chair, yes, there is a part in the presentation where I deal with the general design of the contract, but it doesn't talk to clause by
No,
clause.
that's fine, I
specifications.
understand. Can I suggest you do this? We will come back to these terms of the contract and the basis on which you claim confidentiality. But take us through then the other parts of your presentation, then we'll revisit this topic when you are dealing with the contract. Let's see how much you are disclosing in your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. All right, the next slide. Chair, then this slide just talks to the member profile in terms of who exactly is covered by the scheme. You will see, Chair, that in terms of principal members, we have in excess of 170,000 principal members, both serving as well as continuation. We have, Chair, in excess of 110, I think the exact is 111,000 adult dependents, Chair. You will see child dependents, we've got about 219,000. The number of beneficiaries in total is just over 500,000, to be exact, 508,000. If you look, Chair, at the family size rate, we've got about, that is now a covered family, the principal member as well as beneficiaries. We've got an average of 2.86 of the family size. Chair, if you look at the age of the kind of members we have, you will see that we probably have an aging scheme, the average age being 44 years. And if you look at the average age of beneficiaries, you're looking at about an average of 29 years. If you look, Chair, at principal members that exceed 60 years, you're looking at about 10.5% of the scheme. So it is really an aging scheme, so to speak. Chair, we've also broken down into male.
Why is it an aging scheme? Because you are a closed scheme, you only allow membership to police, and your split is 82-18, so you would expect that the 82% would be young and fit and healthy.
Chair, I think maybe the context would assist in answering that question, Chair. Among other things, the design of the medical aid for purpose of the police, as I've indicated, Chair, it was initially, or it was started as a service benefit. Now, it's one of the attractions into the police force. If you look at the general, I'm going to call it pay levels within the police force, you will realize that medical aid becomes one of the most attractions. And what that means is that then you have a situation where once the person is in, the attrition in terms of people exiting or leaving is very low, which means the only time you have new members is when each and every year the government announces the number of recruits that are going to be added. But in terms of those exiting, it's very slow. So hence then you see that there's a sense of called maturity or aging in terms of the members, because members remain up until either retirement or they're medical boarded and those kinds of situations. So I think, Chair, that is the reason why you have the scheme sitting at that average age in terms of membership.
Is this a reflection of the composition of the police force, that we've got an aging police force? You don't have to answer that. Move on.
I was about to say, Chair, that I don't have the mandate to respond to that. But thank you, Chair. So that's just, I think the chair, the importance of reflecting on the member profile is just to appreciate the enormity of the population group that the scheme has to cover and has to cater for. Thanks, Connie. The next slide. Chair, this slide deals with just slightly reflecting on what I call the economics of the scheme. You will see, Chair, we have the red line on top, which goes slightly on top of the other lines. That red line just reflects on the healthcare cost inflation. And you'll see, Chair, that is already higher than, although it fluctuates, but generally it's higher than the other lines. And that's healthcare cost inflation. Then, Chair, you have the ordinary inflation, which is your purple line, which is slightly below the red and the blue line, which gives you a comparison when you look at the healthcare cost inflation versus ordinary inflation, what schemes have to contend with in terms of managing their financials. Then, Chair, you have your blue line, which talks to the increase in the total subsidy. The subsidy is, Chair, the contribution by the employer that I had referred to earlier. So that tells you, if you look at that, at how that subsidy increases versus the inflation, you'll see that it is very much lower than what the inflation is, which means all the time the scheme has to play catch up in terms of the cost of healthcare that must be provided to members. That's the importance of the message that we're trying to draw on that slide, Chair. Thank you. Chair, this slide deals with performance of the scheme over time. It deals, Chair, with the blue line, which simply reflects the claims ratio. If you look at the, what color is that? Orange. Or the orange line, that orange line reflects the solvency. Now, you'll recall, Chair, that in terms of the Medical Schemes Act, schemes have to retain a certain level of solvency, and some schemes are slightly above that level and some schemes are below. So we measure our performance in terms of the claims ratio as well as our solvency to say how far are we from the regulatory prescribed solvency ratio, as well as how far are we in terms of our claims ratio. In other words, do we have more claims than the contributions? And if so, how are we managing that? But I think, Chair, the one particular point I want to emphasize for purposes of this presentation is the yellow line, Chair. That yellow line talks to the non-healthcare cost ratio. If you look at around from 2012, when the scheme was around 6.5 of the non-healthcare cost, scheme has managed in all the years up until when you look at last year, where the scheme is sitting at about 3.5 non-healthcare cost. I think that's a reflection of how the scheme is focusing all the resources of the scheme towards meeting the healthcare requirements of members and attributing as little as it can towards non-healthcare costs. And I think that's an important thing to reflect on, Chair. Connie, thank you. Thank you, Chair. This slide, Chair.
Just to explain, I mean, the non-healthcare ratio, so it has been declining since 2012, where it was 6.5%. Now it's standing at 3.5%. What are these non-healthcare costs, and why are you paying for them?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, your non-healthcare costs, Chair, it's your costs that relates to things, for example, like salaries, administration, systems, infrastructure. So it's costs that are not expended for the purposes of meeting member health requirements. But Chair, if one has to be technical, there is a particular formula that the regulatory regime has put in place in terms of computing as well as delineating the specific items that will be counted as non-health care. If the commission, if the panel wants a further application on that, we can reflect on exactly that regulatory regime to say of the listed items and of the specified computations, what can we avail to the panel and what the panel would require. But I'm just giving a very high level now without reflecting on the particular formula that is prescribed by the law.
So if you just look then on administration alone as a component of the non-healthcare costs, what is the proportion of that you are paying every year?
I didn't get the question.
How much are you paying? I mean, if you look at that 3.5%, how much of that would be administration costs?
Maybe let me just confer with my colleagues.
Well,
I'm not sure if I am in a position to
answer.
accurately respond to that.
No, that's fine. I just want to get the figures, you see, to see how much you are. When you say administration, I mean, do you include the cost of administering the scheme, which is the cost that you would pay to MedScheme?
May I proceed, Chair?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Chair, as I understand, the 3.5 includes the cost of administration, but Chair, as I've indicated, I am advised that we would rather talk to the formula that is provided by the regulatory instrument, so that if there is a particular line that must be drawn on that specific item, then we can reflect on that. But as a general principle, my advice is that the non-healthcare cost would include the cost of the administrator.
Now, how much would you take out of that 3.5% as the administration costs? Is that information, you don't have it with you now?
That's correct. That's the information I don't have.
Well, you can
the
reflect and
actuals.
then in due course submit it. All right, thanks. Carry on.
Thank you. Chair, this slide, it's a claims analysis. It looks very busy, but all it indicates or shows is the areas or categories in terms of claims where the scheme is facing larger burden compared to other claim categories. You will see, for example, if you look at medicine, which is the very first item, in the year 2019, the scheme had about 753 million on claims. When you compare to the 2018, where the scheme had about 101, what is that? Yeah, I can't read that figure. 1 billion. 1,083 million, yes, well. But if you look at the change between the 2 years, Chair, all it means is that there was a change of 36%. Now that shows you the movement in terms of the claims from 1 year to the next. But this slide, Chair, all it shows is which areas the scheme is really burning in terms of claims, and what are the comparison from the previous year to the current year in terms of the progression of those claims.
So
And the last-
just to make sure I understand this, the total amount, is it the amount paid or is it the amount claimed? When you say claims analysis.
It would be the amount paid, Chair.
So in 2019, you paid 7.2 billion.
In 20, yes. Wait. Oh, yes, that's correct, Chair. Yes,
And in 2018, you paid 7.1 billion.
that's correct, Chair.
Now, how does that link to the budget of 7 billion? Because then that's 100 million and 200 million. That seems to be out of sync there. In other words, why do you pay more than is budgeted?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, so if you recall, Chair, at some point I spoke about claims ratio, and I indicated that the claims ratio is the ratio of claims versus the contributions. Now, we pay more because there would be more claims than the contributions received. So in other words, we may get a certain lump sum in terms of the employer contribution. We've got a certain amount of contributions from members, but at a certain point, then those contributions don't meet the amount of claims we receive at the time, and hence at times then schemes will then, for example, tap into the reserves that I think I reflected on previously when I spoke about the investments. So you'll find those scheme employs various mechanisms. So it would be tapping into the reserves. It would be employing certain managed care costs, processes to manage costs. So all those processes will then put the scheme in a space where the scheme will either recover in a particular period in the year, or the scheme then will have to reflect that as, in other words, if your claims ratio is 103 for the particular financial year, it means that you've had 3% more than your contributions in your claims in the particular financial year.
Okay, I understand. Now, just to understand the categories, that means you've spent, your highest cost is hospitalization. In 2018, your hospitalization costs were 2.5 billion, and in 2019, they were 2.7 billion. So there are a lot of people who sleep in hospital.
Chair, it is one of the high costs. So again, it is a matter that is managed through various processes. Among those processes is a hospital network arrangement where the scheme would agree with certain groups of hospitals about how to manage admissions and about how to manage the process of attending to the patient once it's admitted. But yes, it is, hospitalization is one of the high cost drivers for our purposes.
Where is this fraud, waste, and abuse? Because you see, from this table, there is nothing that accounts for it. Instead, you're paying a lot of money for sending people to hospital.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, if I may proceed. So, Chair, the reason why the hospitalization is highlighted in yellow in terms of that slide is that there was a particular, call it spike or increase in that period. But if you look at the other categories, medical specialists, pathology, and radiology, which are in red, what it means is that those have been constantly the higher or the bigger areas of burning. Now, what the scheme has done with the hospitalization is that it has, as I've indicated, implemented a cost management program with the hospitals, but still you will see that with the pathology and the specialists and the radiology, we still have got higher costs. So, Chair, what this means is that the fraud, waste, abuse component is something that is picked within the process of examining these claims. So, for example, when the analytics are done by our teams, and they look at certain claims, for example, the increase in the hospital claims, then they start interrogating to say, at what point in time do we really experience those spikes or that increase? And once they pick that up, then they will say, what is the history, how much has the change been, what is the cause? So it would be in those instances where one would pick up that there are some unusual claims. Similarly, with the specialists, pathology and radiology, the fraud, waste, abuse is not going to be a component that is a standalone, but it is a component that is discovered when one does analysis of these high cost claims, either at hospital admissions or the other categories. So, Chair, what I'm saying is that you're not going to see fraud, waste, abuse as a standalone item in this list.
I understand, but I mean, what we know from what you have shown us is that you have a budget of 7 billion, you spend 7.2 billion, so that's fine. You've explained where the 200 million is going to come from. But the problem I'm trying to tease out, I mean, is that what I can see from the slide, and I know you say that historically, if you drew the data from maybe 2015, I'll find that hospital costs are lower than they are. But on what I have now is that your major expense is hospitalization. From what we have heard in the evidence here is that the problem is individual practitioners. They are the ones responsible for FWA. But this is not proven by the presentation you have given, because if I want to know what is the area where I can save money as your scheme, it will be in hospitalization, not in the individual practitioners, even if I accept your explanation that the FWA is hidden in pathology and radiology and medical specialists or general practitioner. But general practitioner is not a big risk, you know. In fact, what you've got here, it's green, you know, 0.3%. Biggest risk you have is hospitalization. I mean, so that's what I'm struggling with to understand. Anyway, you may not have the full details. You don't have to. If you have an explanation, you can give, but if not, just move on.
Chair, if it is acceptable to the panel, it's one of the things we can amplify in terms of our written submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Just when you think about amplifying, I do want to see how much exactly you are paying, which is classified as FWA. We've been sitting here, and each person who is on the side of this debate says, we are spending as the schemes 28 billion rands every year on FWA. But there's not even an item on your presentation. You are the first scheme to present, but there's a zero item on FWA. So it looks like actually there's no money being wasted on FWA. But you say it's hidden somewhere, but if you can also just, you know, decouple it from the other expenses.
And to add to that, I would assume it would be in the amount that MedScheme pays back to you, which is declared to be FWA. But I would like to understand that, yes.
Thank you, Chair. There is a slide that talks specifically to the fraud, waste, abuse figures. as picked from the analytics. So later on, as I go on with the presentation, we will get to that slide.
Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Chair, this slide, the next slide, that is now slide 11, just talks to our process in terms of managing fraud, waste, abuse. First, from a policy point of view, we recognize fraud, waste, abuse as a very significant risk to the financial stability of the scheme and as well as the industry. The board takes a particular fiduciary duty to manage that process or to control that process. You will recall, Chair, that I mentioned among the committees of the board, the Audit and Risk Committee. That committee deals with the monetary computation and reflection in terms of what fraud, waste, abuse is costing the scheme. I also, when I was talking about governance of the scheme, I spoke to the Legal Policy and Ethics Committee. That committee specifically reflects on issues of the actual content of what constitutes either fraud or waste or abuse and what process must be followed in terms of intervening on those things. Chair, the scheme has adopted a zero tolerance towards dishonest activities, whether by the member or by service providers towards the scheme. The BOT, which is our Board of Trustees, has developed an anti-fraud and corruption policy, as I've indicated, Chair. And among platforms that deal with the implementation of that policy, we have got a fraud forum, which then reports, as I've indicated, to the Audit and Risk Committee, as well as the Legal and Police Board committees for purpose of decision making. Chair, so as I've indicated, Chair, the function itself is outsourced, and therefore it has been delegated, if one may use the phrase, to the administrator through the outsource agreement, which I have, the panel has requested that we make available. We also have got a whistleblower or hotline and investigations platform where members as well as service providers can then alert the schemes to certain of the things that they pick up in the industry. And this is just a policy view in terms of how the scheme looks at fraud, waste, abuse.
May I ask a question about this? What monitoring does PolMed do of Med Scheme's activities once it is outsourced?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the monitoring is set out both in terms of the policy that I've indicated as well as the contract. We have a service levels that are built into the contract in terms of what the scheme must account for within which times. However, if the question is about the mandate itself, the mandate is a broad or generic mandate that says you are accredited by the council, you will act in accordance with the law in terms of what the law requires for purposes of recovery of fraud, waste, abuse. Therefore, we're giving you a mandate to do that to the extent that you comply with the law. If there's anything that is outside that mandate or is extraordinary, then we will then certainly have an extra specific and pointed mandate specifically for that outside the law, extraordinary intervention that MESCI may want to employ in a particular circumstance.
Mr. Buka, can I ask you then just to, have you got a copy of our bundle in front of you?
Yes, I do, Commissioner.
Okay, Great, I'm glad to hear that. Can I just ask, does the scheme mandate MedScheme to write to providers in the name of the scheme? So does PolMed mandate MedScheme to write to providers in the name of PolMed?
Chair, the question goes into the substantive content of the contract. Let me, as I've indicated, the scheme gave MedScheme a mandate to recover fraud, waste, abuse on behalf of the scheme. But as I understand the question, if MedScheme writes, does it write on its own capacity as an agent that is outsourced to do this work, or does it write as it is writing in the shoes of the scheme? I think it would require just one to go into the construction of the contract. But I think, Chair, the point is, MedScheme has got a mandate, and that mandate empowers them to do the recovery of fraud, waste, abuse. And to the extent that they act outside that mandate, whether by way of communication or by way of interventions, then at that point in time, through our platforms such as the Fraud Forum and the policies that we have, we will then intervene.
Mr. Buka, perhaps I can assist because we don't have to look at the contract to understand the answer to this question, I think. Could you turn to page 91 of your bundle?
Our bundle or the panels bundle?
The panels bundle, yeah. And as you know, we've received numerous complaints and we have thousands of pages of correspondence before us from various administrators and the providers. So this is just one of many examples. It's a relatively unusual example, but I want to ask you about it. So you can see it's a letter written by MedScheme on a MedScheme letterhead. It's signed by one of MedScheme's forensic analysts, Temba Machai, and it's dated 16th of May 2019. And it starts with, "Dear Ms. Kanyane," and it says, this is now on a MedScheme letter, it says, "We, PolMed, have undertaken an analysis of your previous and current claiming patterns submitted by the practice number." So it says, "We, PolMed, have," they're writing as if they are you. Is this mandated?
Chair, MedScheme will write in its own name, in its own capacity as a mandated agent. So I am not sure how that, I can only say probably it was an error, because when MedScheme is not sure of their mandate, they will inform us and will write either directly to the complainant and say, MedScheme has got a particular mandate, we are please asking you to cooperate with them, or will write to MedScheme and say, we have received this particular complaint from the complainant saying that you are not applying the recovery process as they would understand in law, and therefore we are asking you then to explain to us. So it is, as you say, Chair, it is unusual that the letterhead of MedScheme would say, "We, PolMed." I'm not in a position to explain how that was.
No, I think the real question, I think everyone can see what the letter says. I think the real question is that mandated or not?
Chair, as maybe the crisp response is that that construction on that letter would not be mandated.
Thank you.
And maybe to crystallize the point, if Chair, you have regard further to your page 95, still a letter from Met Scheme, and then that one reads, "We on behalf of." So ideally, that's the kind of construction one would have expected.
Mr. Buka, what percentage of your FWA investigations are made up of black practitioners?
I couldn't get the question.
Your fraud, waste and abuse investigations or prosecutions, what proportion of that is made up of black practitioners?
Chair, we have no computation of those numbers. Sorry. We have no computation of those numbers because in our mandate, in terms of the contract to Met Scheme, we have nothing that suggests that they must do the analysis to that level of detail. It may have been an oversight on our part not to specify that, but we have no construction or computation of specifically the race profile of the complaints.
Have you requested that of Med Scheme subsequent to the complaints being made about these allegations of racial discrimination by schemes? Have you requested that information from your administrator?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yes, we've had conversations after the commencement of this inquiry. We had then requested that Met Scheme looks, even if it's a statistical issue, it might not necessarily be what the practice was, but even if it's a statistical computation to say, are you able to, from your analytics, pull a data that suggests claims or affected members or service providers by race profile. They, among other things, and they were very willing to cooperate to assist in that regard, but among the things that they have highlighted as the difficulty is that often if they rely purely either on the name or those other assumptions like where the person is in terms of location, it doesn't always give the accurate reflection of whether the person is a black person, and therefore, whilst they can give us an assumption from the data, but it may not necessarily be accurate. But yes, we have requested, and we are in the process of engaging them to, at the very least, pool a statistical analysis that tends to give a picture on that regard.
When did you ask them?
Chair, thank you. Whilst we don't have the exact dates or times, that conversation may have taken place around towards the end of last year when we got the first request from the Secretariat to address the panel as a scheme on the inquiry. I won't have the exact dates, but it was more towards when we were preparing to appear before the panel last year.
Yes, now, the inquiry, has been long going. It started at the middle of last year. The allegations of racial discrimination are old. They come from 2014. So why have you not done anything about them since then?
Chair, as I've indicated, so when we had engagements with MedScheme on this issue, the response was that claims are processed on the basis of practice numbers. And on top of that, as I've indicated, the MedScheme as an entity does not keep a particular categorization of what is the race of the person, either service provider or member, who has submitted a claim at the time. So at the time when we had that conversation, purely as a management, as a relationship management issue, we were satisfied that the practice numbers don't necessarily give an accurate proposition of what race may have been either of the member or of the service provider. But we heightened the request, and hence I made the reference to a statistical data. So we heightened the request when the inquiry started, and we became aware that we would be required to come and present before the inquiry. We then heightened that request to say, we understand that you have told us that this process is based on practice numbers and so on, and therefore you are not in a position to give us an accurate sense of what races are at play. However, can you look at your statistical base and say, is there any pointer that can assist you to, even if it's a deductive exercise, to do that exercise where you say there may be certain people, either because of where they are located or because of the names or because of any other identifier, where you can say, even though the practice number tells you, does not give you the race, but when you check, when you look at those identifiers that can assist you. So that is what we asked further after the conversation was initially that based on the practice numbers, it is impossible to deduct that information.
Okay, so my understanding then is that your answer is you asked them earlier for a racial breakdown, and they told you that it's impossible to compute. You asked them again, and they said they would do it, but by reference to other factors.
Chair, as I say, we did not ask it for purposes of accounting to any authority. It was a management, it was a relationship management issue to say, what trends are you picking? At that point in time, we threw it in as one of the issues we want them to analyze for us, but we were not preparing for any accounting to any authority. But when this process started and we were made aware that we may have to explain how we do certain things, then the conversation took a little higher note and said, even if by way of systems process you are not in a position to give a particular detail, are there any pointers that can assist you to give us a certain statistical picture? And so it was only at that point when we asked for it for the purposes of accounting or for the purpose of reporting.
No, I appreciate that. I just want to know, when you first asked them, as a matter of what you call a management exercise, when was that?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wouldn't be able to recall the exact time, but we have the fraud forum, for example. We sit together with MedScheme. We analyze all complaints that have come in. They will report and say, these are the recoveries we're busy with, and these are the trends we're picking. These are the issues we're having, either cooperation or lack of cooperation. These are the matters we may have to litigate and so on. So during those monthly and quarterly reporting relationships or forums, that's when some of these questions will come up. And as I say, it's a group of people. It may not necessarily be because we're preparing for a certain process. One of the persons in the meeting might ask, but it looks like all these complaints that we're receiving are a certain type. Are you able to pick up why is that trend and so on? But it won't be a pointed question that they must account to.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, and By when, but now you have requested it, as I understand, and that you will be provided with some report from MedScheme. Do you know when you will be provided with that report?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as I understand, MedScheme will be presenting either later or tomorrow, I can't remember when. But however, to the extent of what they have given us in terms of a response to that, it is something we can also add into our written submissions. But as it is right now, we don't have that statistical data.
Yes, I mean, you asked them at the end of last year, and you asked them in order to help you make your presentation. Your presentation is today. That's the point that my colleague is trying to understand. If you ask them in order to help you to present today, then they clearly haven't complied with your instruction.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yes, I note, I take note of the question, and as I have indicated, to the extent that it's going to assist the panel, we can insist on that statistical analysis to the extent that they can get us, and we can attach it to our written submission. I take note of the time lapse that you are referring to, Chair, and certainly we can remedy that by insisting on if there is any data that they may have, if they can avail us.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Chair.
just one last thing on that. We would like that. Thank you very much. But isn't it incumbent upon POLMED, regardless of the existence of this inquiry, to satisfy itself that there isn't any racial discrimination taking place, even if it's, however it might be, whether it's indirectly or whether you know about it? Isn't it incumbent upon the scheme itself to make sure that that is not happening, regardless of this inquiry?
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, as I've indicated, it was exactly on that reflection that in the past we have had a conversation. It was precisely that assertion that whilst it may not necessarily be a conscious practice, but there may be certain pointers towards that. And to the extent that there are those pointers, is it something that needs a certain intervention? So that conversation did take place, as I say. But the conversation, when it took place at the time, it was not for the purposes of accounting to any authority or instrument or platform. It was purely to say, what is the picture we are getting? We call it a modus operandi. What is the picture we're getting? But after the initiation of this process, that is when we realized that maybe we should have asked the question maybe even more pointedly.
I suppose the larger point is that, you know, the accusation of racism is directed at MedScheme. So you then say, go and investigate yourselves. Whereas I think the point that is being raised is that the legislative duty rests on you as the scheme. There is no role for administrators in the Act. The role is for the schemes. So since at least 2014, according to what we know, there have been accusations of racism against MedScheme. At some point, they must have come to your attention, as you say, and in management meetings. The question, I suppose, is, well, if there is racial discrimination by your administrator, you are liable for it. Isn't this, in those circumstances then, your duty to satisfy yourselves that your administrator is not perpetuating racial discrimination? I think that's the large point that is being canvassed with you. We appreciate the answers you've given, that you asked a question and then you didn't get a proper answer, and then you followed up, which was sharpened by the existence of this inquiry. But this inquiry is really irrelevant to the question as to whether there is or there isn't racial discrimination, because regardless of our existence, you still bear a duty under the law to make sure there is no racial discrimination. So if an allegation is made, I suppose the point is, isn't it your duty to make sure it doesn't happen, especially in relation to your own administrator?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm confident that we have the leverage. I'm confident that we've got the necessary power over MedScheme. To the extent that we may not have driven certain things, it may well be a reflection on us not following up on certain things, or in terms of further information, to the extent that they may have responded and we want something further. So I'm confident, Chair, that we've got the necessary power over MedScheme. The contract allows us to exercise that power, and to the best of my recollection, they have not willingly refused to execute an instruction based either on the generic mandate as contained in the contract, or on a specific mandate, as I have reflected that there may be times when we have to give a specific mandate. So I have no doubt, Chair, that we will get the necessary response.
Just another factual question. I mean, does your contract require MedScheme not to unfairly discriminate?
Chair, thank you. So as I've indicated, Chair, to now start thinking about the exact direct content of the contract, I'm not sure if specifically deals with that question. Hence, I have indicated that when we make the written submissions on the contract as was requested earlier, we can then reflect on those specific issues that the panel would want us to pointedly address. So the direct answer, Chair, is that I can't recall if it specifically talks about containment of racial discrimination.
All right. Carry on. We've diverted you from your presentation. At some point, you're still going to tell us the mechanics of the contract in terms of how it works, and then you will also explain what exactly you say is confidential about it.
Thank you, Chair. Connie, the next slide. Chair, thank you. So this is our slide 12 in terms of our presentation. This slide deals with, you'll recall, Chair, that I said we've got a particular process in terms of which we account and we manage fraud, waste, and abuse. So the very first top is just a reflection of the confirmation of the fact that we have outsourced that function to MedScheme. Then, as we've now been discussing the contract, we have a service level agreement. We have got a sanctions policy. The sanctions policy deals specifically with what interventions may be employed in what circumstances, which those two instruments, the service level agreement and the sanctions policy, guide MedScheme's mandate in terms of what they may or may not do in the process of recovering fraud, waste, abuse. We then have monthly and quarterly forensic reports that come from MedScheme to the scheme, PolMed. So they report to us monthly as well as quarterly. We also have got the management committee meetings.
Can you tell us what are the contents of those reports, the monthly and quarterly reports?
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, The reports, as I've indicated, we account to two committees, audit and risk, as well as legal and policy in terms of the board committees. So the report, for the purpose is that it must go and get approval at audit and risk. It will deal with the computation of the quantum of fraud, waste, abuse. So they will tell us how many cases that they are dealing with, what are the values of each of those cases, what is the total quantum in terms of all those cases combined, how much they are in a position to recover or they have already recovered. So the report, for purposes of the Audit and Risk Committee, will focus purely on the monetary values. Then the report, for the purposes of the Legal Policy and Ethics Committee, will focus on the actual mechanics. So in other words, what is the nature of the conduct that we're dealing with in terms of this fraud, waste, abuse? What is the frequency of occurrence? In other words, are we dealing with the same person over a number of times, and so on? So Legal Policy and Ethics Board Committee will then be interested in that kind of reporting. So the report is structured in that way in terms of for whom is it being prepared.
Would the legal committee be concerned with the manner of investigation and whether there's fairness in the manner of investigation of the fraud, waste, and abuse?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, that committee, although it is never a specific item in the reporting, but in the nature of the interrogation that committee exercises when it gets the report, I would imagine it is something that is within their purview that they would ask for. So far, what the committee has asked for is issues such as the nature of the conduct, which entity has it been referred to, in other words, either for criminal investigation or Health Professions Council. And as I've said, what is the frequency? What have you done in terms of trying to engage or recover from that service provider? So I do not recall a specific question that said, how did you actually investigate? I don't recall that question.
Just a few further questions on this Legal and Ethics Committee and what it discusses and what it might direct or not direct MedScheme to do. So an issue in this inquiry has been MedScheme requesting patient confidential information from providers, so patient files or notes. I'd like to know what PolMed's position is on that. Does it mandate MedScheme to request patient files from the doctors in order to conduct their audit?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it is possible that they would do that. The scheme rules allow for such information to be requested for purposes of forensic investigation. So to the extent that MedScheme does it within how it is described in the scheme rules, they would do that. I don't know if the chair wants me to read the rule.
We have a copy of the rule. Where are you pointing us to so we can be sure we're on the same page?
It's our bundle, Chair. Slide 21.
Can you explain to me why you think that entitles MedScheme to access patient confidential information?
Chair, if I may just read the rule. The scheme shall have the right to obtain any relevant medical and/or financial information concerning a member or beneficiary that may be deemed necessary from the supplier of healthcare goods or services, including medicines, or any other person that has such information under his control, and shall disclose such information to the authorized personnel or medical advisor of the scheme. Our reading of that rule, Chair, is that it obliges the person who may have the relevant information to be more exact, to use the phrase of the confidential information, to the extent that it is required for purposes of this of the investigation, then that person would be obliged to make that information available to the person, provided the person the information is made available to undertakes to keep it confidential.
Perhaps I can assist and just tell you how I read that, because it's plain in the wording, as I see it. It gives you, the scheme, the right to obtain the information. It doesn't give MedScheme the right to obtain that information, and that's evident from the plain wording of that provision.
Chair, if I may, I think it's without, or maybe we put it this way, certainly the panel has got the necessary authority to read and interpret the provision in a particular way. My understanding is, to the extent that this is one of the things that is mandated in the outsource contract. So in other words, if the scheme also avails MedScheme of the power it has in terms of this rule, I see no reason why MedScheme may not then use that availed power as long as it is within, unless the proposition is that the scheme has given MedScheme a power it doesn't have.
Presumably on your argument, your administration contract would then have to reflect this. It would have to reflect that this power that you have given yourself in the rules has been given to MedScheme.
I would agree with you, Chair.
Which is, of course, why it's important that we see your administration contract.
And also what obligations they would have and responsibilities they would have in order to protect the confidentiality of that information.
I hear you, Chair.
Can I also ask you to address one other thing on this issue? I don't want to go off point, but there's another version of the scheme's rules in the bundle at page 90, which includes a different 90 of our
90.
bundle, 90.
Yes, I see that, Chair.
It does seem to be a rule which may have been applicable last year, but it certainly doesn't reflect the wording that is put up in your PowerPoints. So I'd just like to give you an opportunity to explain this wording and whether it's applicable or when it was applicable.
Advocate Booker, we will give you a 10-minute adjournment to get your house in order. I see that you're constantly consulting. But, we've run well into the scheduled time, so we'll probably have to extend maybe by another 30 minutes, because I see you are still at slide number 12. So maybe you can consult and consolidate your position, and then we will probably move smoother when we resume. Are Are you happy with that?
Chair, may I request maybe a slightly,
Longer time.
no. I'm just thinking, Chair, that we still have got quite a bit.
Yeah.
So maybe, Chair, if it pleases the panel, what we can do is then because I doubt I'll be done in 30 minutes with the remaining component of my presentation. So I was thinking that maybe we address a lot more by way of the written submissions. Then I run through the principal issues on each slide so that the panel may formulate.
The fault is really not yours, it is ours. We are the ones asking the questions. But I'm happy for you to supplement, but the engagement is also crucial as part and parcel of our own understanding. Let's see what we can do in 30 minutes. If it becomes intolerable, then we will revisit at that stage. But you have the right to supplement for as much as you can. But what I don't want to do is to give you permission to abandon your oral presentation in order to give us written presentation, which cannot be questioned. See what I mean? All right, so are you happy to take 10 minutes and then consult with your team? Thank you. Thank you. We are resuming. The last question was to try and reconcile page 90 with page 21 in terms of which rule is actually applicable.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the quick answer to that is that page 90 is a clause in the application form, membership application form. So that's a consent and declaration. So in other words, when the member signs the scheme membership form, there will be this provision as one of the provisions in the membership form that says the member must give consent for the scheme to do what is set out in rule 20, in slide 21. So slide 21 is a rule in the rules book of the scheme, and page 90 is a provision in the membership form of the scheme, which translates that rule into a specific undertaking at a membership stage. Thank you, Chair. Chair, if I may proceed, so I was still addressing, Chair, the slide number 12 on our bundle, and I was just taking the panel through the processes that we're employing, as well as the fora or platforms that are at play within the Palmer space to manage fraud, waste, abuse. And when the question came, I was specifically addressing the management committees that are there, which is the Fraud Forum, where we get these reports, monthly reports, as well as quarterly reports, in terms of what MedScheme is busy with in terms of the recovery process, what investigations are they busy with, what stages are those investigations, and whether or not they have recovered or they are in the process of recovering. So they will account to those. And then the Finance Committee will also be one of those committees where, for purposes of the financial values of the various claims, they will also report to say what are the monetary values that are involved in that process. And Chair,
Sorry, Advocate Booker, could you provide us with a copy of a monthly and quarterly report to the scheme?
The actual monthly or quarterly report.
Every single one, but one or two, so we can see what it looks like.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Then, Chair, as I've indicated, the board committee meetings, I think through the questions I've already reflected which of those committees looks at what, so I won't repeat that exercise.
Before you move from a slide, you said something earlier about the SLA and the sanctions policy to guide the forensic process. That's on the slide. You said specifically that you do guide MedScheme's forensic process. How do you guide it?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you will recall that I first spoke about the mandate, and that mandate is based on the accreditation that MedScheme has as an administrator, and that mandate is based on the sanctions policy. So in other words, when we give them the mandate, we look at what the law allows them to the extent that they are accredited. We also look at, in terms of our own as Polmet, our sanctions policy, what sanctions may be imposed in what circumstance. So we don't guide MedScheme in terms of running the investigation, but when they report, when they account, we monitor and hold them to account based on those service levels that are in the contract, also based on whether or not they've applied the sanctions policy as it is set out in our policy. So we don't tell them what to do at what stage of investigation.
Okay, so I understand you don't guide them in the investigation. You exercise no control over the way they conduct their investigations. Would that be correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. So what does the sanctions policy do? What input do you have there?
Chair, so I've indicated the sanctions policy. It is also a slide here in the presentation. It talks to what sanctions we may impose. If you go to page slide 15, sorry, of our bundle, Chair. So if you look at...
It starts at page 13, doesn't it?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So that process sets out the sanctions that we impose. So sanctions policy, if I can, Chair, direct you specifically to page 15. So you'll see the professional sanctions is effectively when we require the MedScheme in terms of the mandate to refer certain matters to the professional body for further investigation. Then your criminal sanctions would be where we require the administrator to refer the matter for purposes of criminal investigation, either to SAPS for purpose of criminal investigation and further processing. If you look at page 60, slide 16, it talks about administrative functions, civil sanctions, and this is where we may then have to litigate in civil court for purpose of recovery. So those would be your civil sanctions. Then you've got your administrative sanctions, which talks to things such as putting the service provider on hold, indirect payment, and so on. So that whole detail is set out in the sanctions policy. And this is what we, when MedScheme accounts, either in the monthly or in the quarterly meeting, these are the things we test against what they have done.
Can you give us a practical example of when you might have found that they didn't do something and you held them to account?
Chair, thank you. Yeah, I would struggle to have something off. I can include it as part of the written submission. That's the best I can do.
Would it be fair to say, if you can't recall it, that it doesn't happen very often?
Yes, Chair. It doesn't happen very often that they act outside the sanctions policy.
Who is being sanctioned here? It looks like you are sanctioning the member as opposed to the service provider. Because it says termination of membership, reporting the member to the employer. And those are the sanctions you're talking about. It's not sanctions under the contract as against your own service provider.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it's both. We apply the sanctions policy for purpose of both the member and the service provider. Hence, if you look at slide 16, when it deals with administrative sanctions, those are sanctions that would specifically apply to the service provider.
I see.
Putting on hold, indirect payment, and so on. So those would be specific to the service provider. But as I said, Chair, this is an overall of all the sanctions, both a member as well as a service provider.
Can you just explain what we have come across in relation to MedScheme is that there are instances where they write a letter to the service provider, and in that letter they tell the service provider that their relationship has been suspended even before an investigation is undertaken. Do you sanction that, or are they doing that on their own?
Let me just try and understand, Chair. So what I understand you to be saying is that MedScheme would say to a member,
To a service provider.
to a service provider, your payments have been suspended. So in other words, the scheme is not going to pay.
They will say, we suspect allegations of wrongdoing. We are suspending payments, and please provide us with historical data going back 3 years. Now, what I'm asking you is the suspension of payments prior to completion of investigation, is that sanctioned by you, or is MedScheme doing that on its own?
Chair, that would be provided for in the mandate or in the process. One of the things that one may remember in terms of this of the recovery, fraud, waste, abuse recovery process is that payments are made in good faith. So in other words, you get a claim today, you make payment. The analysis in terms of the analytics takes time after. Now, what would happen is that, say, if we've received a certain batch of claims from a particular service provider over a period, say 6 months, whatever the case may be, and we've paid those, but on batch number 7, when we do the analytics, we realize that, but there's something that is not, is out of the ordinary based on what we have always dealt with in terms of that analytics. Then at that point in time, MedScheme will then advise the service provider that we've picked up these inconsistencies or problems, and can you get an explanation? Member explains, and
No, I'm talking about prior to the issue of the explanation. What you do is you take your example. You get 6 payments. Batch number 7, you pick up problems. What I'm asking you is, what we've seen here is that there are instances where MedScheme, at the time you pick up a problem, suspends payments to a service provider and then says, give us information to investigate the previous 6. Now, I'm asking if that procedure of suspending payment prior to completion of investigation is sanctioned by you.
So, Chair, yes, the process of suspending payments before investigation is, I just want to be sure that I'm responding to the correct question, is something we would sanction, but it would not be a suspension on the particular. The best way, Chair, is to explain by way of the example I was trying to give. So if we have received a claim and we've paid that claim, and MedScheme then on a further claim realizes that there's something that is not adding up, they would not just suspend, as I understand it, the claim. First, they would correspond with the service provider to say, we're not happy with this. What I have seen in certain occasions, Chair, is a member would contest that. So in other words, MedScheme would write and say, the 2-3 things are not making
I
sense.
appreciate that, but that goes into another category where they have engaged with a member, and after engaging with a member, they're not satisfied with the explanation. I'm talking about where it is the first time that a service provider has been identified as allegedly having committed FWA, and at that point, they are already told that no further payments will be made. I'm asking if that procedure, there's many numerous examples. I just want to know from PolMed's point of view if that procedure is sanctioned.
No, it would not be sanctioned without that prior engagement of requesting explanation.
Thank you.
That answer is still not clear to me. So it's not sanctioned. So when is being placed on suspension or indirect payment sanctioned by you?
Chair, as I've indicated, direct suspension or any other of the administrative sanctions, it would be after, for people, if it's a sanctioned intervention, it will only be after MedScheme has requested a certain response. That response either came and was not satisfactory. Alternatively, that response came but contested the assertions of MedScheme. And then at that point, then MedScheme may apply whichever of the sanctions as per the sanctions policy. But I am saying that we would not sanction, or we would not authorize, maybe so that language is clear, we would not authorize an imposition of a particular sanction where it's the first time MedScheme receives a claim and they pick up a problem with that claim and they immediately put the person on suspension without communicating that person with that person.
So you agree the provider must be given a form of a hearing. They must be given an opportunity to state their position before being put on indirect payment.
Yes? We
Thank
agree.
you.
Sorry, and then in order for the service provider to avoid being placed on suspension, the service provider would have to provide the information that's being requested, the patient information. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair. So in order for the service provider to be placed on suspension or any other of the sanctions that may be applicable, because remember, suspension may just be one.
And over what period of time must the service provider, so the information that's requested, how far back in time may it go?
Chair, the information that may be requested, as I've said, Chair, we use, or MedScheme rather, uses a certain analytics. And if they pick up that of the 6 claims already that we've paid out, there is this particular problem that they picked up actually started from claim number 4. Then that would be from when the sanction will be imposed. So there's no uniform or generic rule that says we will start from 3 years back or that kind of thing. It's going to be dictated by the analytics in terms of where do they show reasonably the particular conduct could have started.
And that could be more than 3 years.
It's possible.
And that's sanctioned by the scheme, to go back more than 3 years.
It's possible.
Can you just explain where in the contract between the scheme and the service provider do you require service providers to keep records for more than 3 years?
Chair, for purposes of accuracy, it's something also I can address in the in the written submission. However, I am certain and I am aware that in the rules, as well as the communication to the service providers, we do make the point in terms of for how long the records or the data may be kept. But for purpose of not misleading the panel, I will not give you the exact proposition in terms of exactly what do we say and what time do we give, but certainly we do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I was just finishing up that, so
Sorry, Peter Booker, and how much time is the service provider given to provide that information before being placed on direct suspension?
Chair, the service provider would not be, again, there's no uniform time to say, please, all service providers must respond within 14 days or something like that. There's a particular engagement where Med Scheme will say, in order for us to process your claim further, we need you to assist us with the following information or concerns that we have with your claim. It may well be that the service provider is going to say, I don't have that information readily available. Give me a week or give me a month because the records are not sitting with me. So there's no uniform rule where we say every service provider must respond within a particular number of days.
I mean,
It becomes a matter of engagement.
If you look at page 67 of the commission's bundle, let's use that as an example. That's to Ms.
Page 60, Chair?
67 of the commission's bundle. The panel's bundle. So
Yes, I see that, Chair.
we do have an example of what this looks like. At 68,
Yes, Chair.
at the board, it says that kindly note that should the information requested not be submitted within 10 working days, and the letter itself is dated the 13th of May, and the deadline is the 27th of May. And the request is for information between January 2016 and March 2019. So they are asking for data that goes beyond 3 years. And then they say you must bring it in 10 days' time, in circumstances where we are not even sure where the information lies. Now, from the perspective of the doctor, this is like a sword hanging over his head, that if I don't supply this, I'm going to be put on indirect payment. Now, is this the sort of thing that you encourage Med Scheme to do?
Chair, thank you. Certainly the time does look very short, given the extent of the data or records that are required. I can imagine one of two things, Chair. And one is that if there was a prior conversation where there was, and based on this is the conversation we've had with the particular service provider. In those instances, we may have said, I'm saying we may because I don't have now the full context of the file in terms of what this related to. We may have said either that process or that timeline is wholly unreasonable. Please give the client, the service provider, a lot more time. I am, for example, Chair, aware that in certain instances where you have these kinds of concerns, where either the timeline or the information requested, because sometimes the service providers will even contest the necessity or the relevance of the information requested. In those instances, the service providers have come to the scheme and say, we are having the particular engagement with MedScheme, and they are requesting 1, 2, 3, and we feel that it's either unreasonable or it's not going to assist, or they're simply using the power, or and we would intervene in those and engage MedScheme. And if we find that what MedScheme has requested, and we'll ask MedScheme also to send us the records of what communication they have sent to the service provider. And if we find that that communication or engagement was beyond what mandate they have in terms of the contract, we will certainly intervene and we'll either reverse what they've done. We also, in terms of our service level contract, we've got what we call penalties. So if they've done certain things outside the contract, we can also apply penalties. But all I'm saying, Chair, I'm trying to explain, Chair, is that the picture painted by these letters in their isolation, yes, may suggest either an unreasonable or an unconscionable conduct. But if this picture is placed within the context of whatever file that one may have been dealing with at the time, you might find that there has been prior conversation where either something has been referred to us for intervention, and we've either ruled, to use the phrase loosely, in favor of MedScheme or in favor of the service provider. But I cannot, with the conscience in my mind, agree that or say that we are giving MedScheme a free rein. Certainly not. If you look at sometimes the complaints they have about the penalties we apply on certain things, it cannot be free rein.
Advocate Buka, you said that you, as PolMed, do not sanction, don't permit MedScheme to place service providers on immediate suspension.
Without planning.
Yes. So in the same example, if we take the same example, which covers a period of more than 3 years, requests information within 10 days, but it also says in the same letter, please be advised that your payments are currently suspended and will remain suspended until the requested documents are received and reviewed and a thorough analysis has been concluded. So this is an example of immediate suspension. This is a letter that starts off informing the service provider that, that the medical schemes have determined that it's now necessary to do this analysis, and until the analysis, the information is received, the payments will be suspended, are currently suspended. So this would be contrary to what you just said earlier, that you don't permit immediate suspension without prior engagement.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, as I've indicated, if one have had a full record of this file and say, this letter was the first communication that ever took place between MedScheme and the service provider, then I can take the point. But all I'm saying is that right now, all I have is this letter. I don't know whether there was any other conversation before this letter was exchanged between MedScheme and the particular service provider. So it is difficult for me to say, yes, they have acted outside their mandate in terms of the administration contract.
I accept that you would need to look at more than just this letter in relation to this example. When this file was provided to you last year to respond to the complaints, you would have picked up that the letter says it's immediate suspension. Did you then look at the context to see what took place in relation to, for example, this case? It's not the only, there are several examples like that in this bundle. Did the scheme look at the context to see whether this was above board and in line with the rules that you permit the administrator to comply with?
Chair, if you look at our bundle, at the back of our bundle, Chair, we've got a spreadsheet which sets out the complaints that were specifically referred to us for purposes of direct or pointed response. If it is one of those, it will then be covered in terms of that spreadsheet, in terms of the history of the matter. If then it is not, then
It is.
And there's a further similar letter for Kozwayo, which is also covered in your spreadsheet. There's the exact same letter at page 32 and 33 of the bundle.
And for Kanyane.
I'm trying to see them on the spreadsheet.
Number 8 from the top, that's Ms. Mapumulo. Let's just focus on Ms. Mapumulo for now. Where is the answer that you say will give us the full context?
To read through the spreadsheet in terms of the columns where it would give me some historical context. Period of forensic investigation. So this was in 2019.
Made it clear that you don't allow them to suspend as the first port of call prior to inquiry. And then I also asked a general question about the timing, and you've again admitted that that period is short. But your broad answer was, I need to investigate the matter. The problem with that, I mean, I would have accepted it. If you want time to investigate, fine. But the problem is that this was given to you for a thorough review so that you can respond to this. This is what you've responded. Now we've read this spreadsheet. There is no answer to this spreadsheet. And that the fact that there's no answer is not because you didn't have time. You've had enough time to investigate and to provide an answer. The best that you could do is to write cryptically awaiting outcomes of investigation. That is just unacceptable.
So with that kind of time and the number of complaints that. Thank you, Chair. Chair, if it may please the panel, may I request that I then include this in my return submission and amplify my responses, because I don't want to give the panel an inaccurate response on the matter. So I would rather satisfy myself of the exact facts and address that question.
Just tell me, in terms of the way in which you relate with the Med scheme, do you, I mean, I know they submit monthly and quarterly reports, and they call them forensic reports, and we have not seen what that report looks like. But do you actually deal in those reports on a case-by-case basis where you go through each letter? For instance, There are so many of these letters from MedScheme which say, we've detected a problem, you are hereby put on indirect payment, give us information, covering a range of schemes. Now, if it was wrong to do that, as you have testified, this would have been picked up quite early in those management meetings. What I'm struggling with is, why has it not been picked up? Why should it require us as the panel to point it out to you today, 27th of January, on things that have been happening for years? So clearly someone is not reading it, or if they are reading it, they just don't care.
In terms of the report, Chair, so I had earlier indicated that the report from MedScheme will deal with two things, depending on which committee we're preparing for. If it's preparation for the audit and risk, the focus would be on the monetary values that are involved. If it's preparation for the legal and policy committee, the preparation or the report would focus on the actual substance of the complaints or the investigations that are taking place. The process of investigating, Chair, you'll recall that I did indicate that we don't think that particular investigation and what is required to get to a resolution. So in other words, if you require a confirmation that a script was given, so is that all correspondence? Do you call? That process is entirely within their investigation or analytics process.
You would have also picked up by now that a number of the service providers don't provide the information, and that holds up the investigation. And the reason that they provide for not giving the information is that it's confidential information of the patients, and they are not permitted in terms of their ethical codes, your members directly, to seek informed consent in respect of records held by that particular service provider to break the deadlock.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as I've indicated, yes, we do on two occasions. The first one is a generic occasion where at membership stage, when the person signs the membership form, the consent is there as part of the provisions.
Okay. And I'm talking about that's what the member signs when becoming a member of the scheme. But when there's an investigation ongoing and you have requested from the service provider your member's information, and the service provider is saying that he or she cannot provide it, do you then contact the member directly to say there is an investigation and that they should release the information, or give further consent to release that information?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair, it does happen both ways. Sometimes the member will call us directly and say, I'm required to provide this information, and I believe it's confidential, and we'll direct the member to the rules and say, for purposes of verifying the claim or whatever the investigation may have been, you are obliged, based on the rules, to make that information available. Sometimes it would be, if the matter is referred to us directly or is picked up during the reporting discussions with MedScheme, we will be in a space where we then ask the member to cooperate, that's the phrase we generally use, with the process of investigation, including where the information is required, that the member cooperates and give the necessary consent for that information to be obtained.
So the problem we've had is not so much on members. You see, members are your members, and if you've signed a consent to release information, that's fine. The problem is service providers, is doctors, and the problem is not so much your rules. The doctors are saying under the Act and their code of conduct, they are not at liberty to release patient information. And if you want patient information, you must get it from the members, not from them. But it's them who receive the sanction of a suspension or indirect payment because they're refusing to provide you with the information. And when they refuse, they say it's because we're complying with our own act, which they say enjoys precedence over any agreement between you and your members. So I think that's really the scope of the debate, is how you reconcile the clashing ethical and obligations.
Chair, as you've indicated, it may be a contested space between the service providers, the rules or the applicable provisions of the regulations in that fashion. In other words, as to empower the service provider to make that information available. If it is a service provider's contention, interpretations have been referred to both council and the appeals board for purposes of interpretation. So yes, Chair, I agree with you. It is a contested space. That is not deniable.
Mr. Booker, can I just carry on this point? Can you turn to page 67 and 68 of the bundle? Because what I'm struggling to understand, I think our bundle, the Commission's bundle, 67 and 68. So I've read the scheme rules on page 21 of your PowerPoint presentation, and I've already given my view on that. But what I want to ask you about now is we've been provided with reams of correspondence written by MedScheme on your behalf, and not once have they invoked the scheme rules as a basis to require the doctor to disclose the patient information. They in fact invoke a provision of the managed healthcare, sorry, the general regulations on managed healthcare, which is regulation 15J, and they also invoke the application for membership form, the wording in that, which I pointed to earlier. So it's very odd to me that today you are here saying that MedScheme is entitled to access patient information from doctors by virtue of your rules, but nowhere in the correspondence does MedScheme mention these rules at all. So if you turn to page 68, and this again is a letter from MedScheme written on behalf of PolMed, and in the middle of the page they say, in terms of regulation 15J of the Medical Schemes Act regulations, a medical scheme is entitled to access any treatment records. So they rely on something completely different to what you're saying they should rely on. Can you explain that?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you will recall that when I spoke to the contract, the administration contract, the component of which is the fraud, waste, abuse process, I indicated, Chair, that the contract is premised on a number of things. One, I mentioned the accreditation of MedScheme, either generally as an administrator or for an accreditation for a specific function. I also mentioned, Chair, our internal policies, the sanctions policy to be more exact, in terms of how we expect MedScheme to implement their fraud, waste, abuse management. I wouldn't, Chair, be in a position to explain why would MedScheme choose to rely mostly on the Act rather than the rules, of which the rules is a product of the Act. To the extent that that is not contravening the mandate they have in terms of our sanctions policy as well as their accreditation status, I wouldn't necessarily contest that, Chair, if I may use the phrase. So yes, it is possible they may have chosen to rely more on the Act than the rules, but I'm not sure if that suggests a contravention of the mandate, as it were.
Thank you. I think let's return to your slide.
Sorry. I've already addressed, Chair, the kind of sanctions that Med Scheme would be authorized in terms of their mandate to apply in respect of various stages. The next slide, Chair, which is slide 17.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, Advocate Buka, but I don't want you to move too quickly off those sanctions, because you refer to acknowledgement of debt, and you say where an acknowledgement of debt is reached, the settlement is reached in terms of Section 59(3) of the Act. Where does Section 59(3) allow for a settlement or an acknowledgement of debt?
You can take mine if you want, the act. Can you just pass it? Or if you got a copy, okay, good. Yes.
Notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in any other law, a medical scheme may, in case of A, any amount which has been paid.
Please turn your mic on, please, Advocate Buka.
Sorry, I didn't realize that is off. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in any other law, a medical scheme may, in the case of A, any amount which has been paid bona fide in accordance with the provisions of this Act, to which a member or a supplier of health services is not entitled to, or B, any loss which has been sustained by the medical scheme through theft, fraud, negligence, or any misconduct which comes to the notice of the medical scheme, deduct such amount, from any benefit payable to such a member or supplier of health services. And the question was, how does that translate into an acknowledgement of debt?
Yes, I was reading from your slide. You say where a settlement is reached, and then you, in brackets, say AOD, in terms of 59(3). Then, one of the following sanctions are imposed, and then you list the sanctions.
So Chair, the long and short of that provision, Chair, is that that deduction that is referred to at the end of Section 59(3), where it says the scheme may deduct the relevant amount, deduct such amount from any benefit payable. Our interpretation is that it wouldn't be proper to simply do the computation of what amount it is that is either paid erroneously or on any other grounds set out there. It would not be proper to simply then start deducting that. So in other words, once the computation has been done, an arrangement must be reached with the service provider to say, this is what we've computed, this is what we're going to deduct in terms of Section 59.3. However, which way would work better or assist the service provider as well so that you can continue to do your function. So the IOD is a way to get into implementing the deduction.
So you're saying the AOD there is a repayment agreement. It's not a settlement of an amount that is not based on the actual loss.
The AOD, Chair, by its nature, is a settlement agreement.
Yes, but is it for the purposes of structuring the payments going forward? Or is it a settlement of some amount of suffered? What exact amount the scheme suffered?
See, I think the point, Advocate Puga, is that if I claim you owe me money, or you owe me 20 rands, you can say I don't owe you, or you can say I owe you 20 rands, or you can say, yes, I owe you, but it's 10 rands. If you admit that you owe me 20 rands, we can sign an AOD for the whole 20 rands. But we can also sign an AOD for 10 rands. But when we sign an AOD for 10 rands, it becomes then a compromise. I think that's really the question about this. What you mean by an AOD is that it's not the actual amount that the scheme says is due. It may be a compromised amount.
Certainly, Chair, that's correct. It may not necessarily be the amount that the scheme has asserted. It may be the amount that has been agreed after whatever the scheme may have thought initially is the total value.
Explain something to me, because I'm not sure if I understand this. The act that you have just read, the section you have just read, expressly talks about such an amount. The practice that is followed by med scheme is that they average based on a deduction. We looked at, I think it's 10, yes, yes, 10 examples. They'll extrapolate an amount and they'll do an average. And then they'll go backwards and say, well, we think based on what we have found in relation to 10 instances, we think the total amount of all of your claims is inflated by 10%, and therefore pay us 10% of all of your claims. And then maybe they come to 2 million rands, come to 200,000 rands, and that's the amount you are then entitled to deduct. Is that correct?
Chair, if you don't mind, can you just refine your question?
Just tell me, maybe I should ask an open question rather than a leading question. What is the mechanism that med scheme uses, according to your understanding, to arrive at an amount?
Chair, I'm just thinking now whether med scheme is best placed to answer that.
No. You see, I'm not going to allow this, because we cannot have a scheme which has a duty under the Act, because that section you've read imposes a duty on the scheme, not on the administrator. So if the administrator is acting illegally, it's your job to discipline them. So you cannot not know the method that they use to arrive at an amount.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies, Chair. Maybe I had expressed my thoughts in a manner that what I'm saying, Chair, is I'm not saying we don't know what med scheme or how med scheme arrives at an amount, but all I was saying is as a matter of principle, is it a question that maybe let me not debate that, Chair. Let me just get to responding to the question. Chair, as med scheme have got a system where as claims come in between the administration function and the fraud waste function, there will be exchange of, let's take for example, admissions. So that information will be fed from the administration function to say we have got so many admissions which were referred by this particular doctor, and based on that, there is an unusual amount of claims. Now, that is based on a number of things, Chair. It is based on the, I'm going to call it the ordinary value of a particular service. So if, for example, a particular service would have warranted a one-day admission, and the authorization or the referral from the doctor suggests 3 days, I'm just using that as an example, then that would be one form of a trigger. And the computation then would be, if it is then established that the extra 2 days should not have been part of the admission, then that would be the computation to say ordinarily all we should have paid is 1 day. 2 days should not have been paid. It was an inappropriate admission, and therefore the computation for the purpose of that admission and for fraud, waste, abuse, recovery. And I'm not getting now into a classification as to whether that would be fraud or waste or whatever, but I'm just now referring specifically and directly to the computation. Then the computation would be, you have put the scheme out of pocket in an abusive or in a whatever manner by 2 days worth of admission, and therefore that is the amount that we are going to then pursue in terms of the recovery process. So what I'm saying, Chair, is that as we understand it, that's the process. You get those claims, they get analyzed in terms of the system. Then the system will tell, either from a practice code or from a service code point of view, what would have been the ordinary or the appropriate level of payment for that particular service. And once that is done, whatever is deemed to be outside that ordinary payment level, then would be the amount that would be pursued.
Certainly, that's how it should be done. So if I should not have been hospitalized and I'm sent to hospital for 5 days, you've been put out of pocket by 5 days, correct? But that's a specific amount that that the service provider is then liable for, correct? Yes. Now, any other system that doesn't track what you've just described, will that be authorized by you?
No, Chair. I do not recall us authorizing such in the past.
Can I ask you to have a look at page 26 of the bundle, of the Commission's bundle? 26. And specifically at paragraph 6, where it's alleged that MedScheme, acting on behalf of PolMed, called our client, this was written by an attorney, to their offices to, quote, amicably resolve the matter. MedScheme, on behalf of PolMed, insisted that the only way to resolve the matter was for our client to acknowledge his indebtedness to PolMed in the sum of around 300,000 rand. There was simply no basis for paying any sum of money to PolMed, but in the circumstances, our client took a business decision to agree to pay them, as that payment meant that some monies which were due would be paid to the pharmacy forthwith, and our client would be able to submit further claims to PolMed. Would that have been permitted by you? And what was your response to this when you received these complaints and you read this? What investigations did your PolMed do in relation to this case to establish whether this is in fact correct, and if so, what penalties would be imposed? You may also be aware that there are a number of service providers who've already come before us and have said that the acknowledgement of debt process is used in a coercive manner. So that's what this is alleging.
Chair, the acknowledgement of debt process is used as a way to progress the dispute or the complaint between MedScheme and the service provider. Now, I wouldn't be aware if MedScheme uses it as a coercive tool. All that I am aware, and I have always been informed of in terms of the reporting, is that it is a tool that is used in the negotiation where the amounts are contested, where the basis of the claim are contested. The acknowledgement of debt will be used to refine and to constrain the issues that are being contested. Eventually, at a point, the parties will agree, and then the arrangement in terms of how the service provider will pay is reached. As to Chair, the assertion that the service provider is forced to acknowledge debt and to agree to a payment with no basis, I can't agree to that, Chair. From the reports that we've received, MedScheme has often advised us of, especially the contested cases. It may well be that on those that are not contested, they may have proceeded and the matter is settled quickly. But on the contested matters, we would be informed of what the contestation is and will be asked to intervene. And as I did indicate, if we, on our analysis, we feel that MedScheme has acted within the mandate, we will certainly endorse what they are doing. If we feel that they've acted outside the mandate, we will certainly either reverse their decision or give the service provider a different directive in terms of how to engage with MedScheme. Now, if we're going to deal specifically with this case as to what did we do and so on, Chair, it would probably be one of the matters that is in the list, I would imagine, in the list of complaints.
It is in the list.
If you look, Chair, at the outcomes of the investigation, a criminal case has been lodged against Mr. Hlongwane, and the case number is provided there. Paulmet was served with both a Gauteng High Court summons. In this, the case number is set out there. With the plaintiffs, Kanimamba, and what it suggests to me, Chair, is that if you look at those proceedings where up to either a criminal complaint has been laid or a civil proceeding has been initiated, without delving into the exact steps before those exercises, I am certain that the matter would not get into those stages when we don't know that there has been a contestation. So if we have accepted that MedScheme must proceed to lodge a criminal case, it means that from our own intervention, we are satisfied that the particular matter warranted that it be verified, and to the extent necessary, that certain proceedings such as a criminal complaint should be laid. So what I'm saying, Chair, is that I don't agree with this assertion in that letter, that we would have had a situation where a acknowledgement of that was used purely to extract or to extort a certain amount of money from the service provider without basis.
I suppose the real point is that you've described to us what your understanding is of how to implement Section 59.3, which is you must always track a specific amount against which you must measure whether or not a scheme has been, as you put it, put out of pocket. But it's always tracking an amount. Now, that is inconsistent with any system of averaging. And when I asked, if anyone is using a system of averaging, are they acting consistent with your mandate? And your answer is no. Now, the question here was whether or not this payment, where somebody comes to your office and they say 300,000 rands on average, that's what we think, whether that's consistent. I think it's quite obvious that it's not consistent with the method you have described, which is you must track an amount. Now, just to understand, this idea of tracking an amount as a methodology of applying Section 59.3, that is what MedScheme told you it does when it tries to recover. Have you ever satisfied yourself that in practice, MedScheme in fact does so, and they don't do something different?
Chair, whether MedScheme either averages or tracks a specific amount for purposes of recovery, and the question is whether we have satisfied ourselves whether they do one or the other. I'm just trying to recall, Chair, because accuracy becomes an important thing in responding to this. What I am certain of, Chair, is that we have interrogated the amount that would MedScheme advise to us to be claimable. But as to what the basis is, in other words, whether they have used the averaging in coming to the computation of that amount, or whether they've used the actual tracking of the particular claim, I wouldn't be certain, Chair, that we have distinguished between those. We have only interrogated what amount it is, and based on the report that they've given us, we would say no, but that amount doesn't make sense, or that amount makes sense. But we've never interrogated the basis.
Thank you. I think you should carry on. I'm told that the next presenter has arrived. If there are members of Bonitas here, they should just be patient. I think everyone can see that we are, in the middle of a presentation, but we will attend to them as soon as this is over. Carry on, Mr. Advocate Puka.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the next slide that we're going to was slide 17. And that slide, Chair, just as I've indicated in terms of the sanctions policy, it just sets out the various other sanctions that we have implemented. So, for example, you will see the number of cases that have been referred to the Health Professions Council and the total value thereof. You will also see the number of matters that have been referred for criminal investigation and the total value thereof. You will also see the last column, the number of cases that have been referred to the Council for Medical Schemes, and the values that were involved. This particular table, Chair, tracks from 2017 up to 2019. So we thought it would assist the panel just to see, when we talk the relevant sanctions, to what extent or how far some of those go. And this is just intended to assist with that frame.
Well, yes, I mean, I've got a problem with this table because especially the HPCSA table. You report 43 cases. You only have a returns of guilty verdict in 3 cases. Then no one knows what happens to the rest. And then you put an amount of 26 million, which creates the impression that everyone there, the scheme has been defrauded to the amount of 26 million rands. The same thing with 2018. You report 17 cases, only 5 are actually guilty. Same thing with 2019, 55 reported, but only 1 is guilty.
Chair, the reflection on the guilty is the actual finalized matter. But the value that is reflected there is the total value of the claims in respect of all those matters. So maybe, Chair, what we should have done then is to delineate the finalized one and say, the finalized one, what is the value, and the remaining unfinalized, what is the total claim, what is the total value of the claim?
Well, I mean, that would be more helpful for us because if out of this 44 million rands, it's actually 20,000 rands that is implicated in the single guilt verdict, then that gives a completely different picture. For all we know, all of these people could be innocent.
The reporting has also increased quite dramatically year on year, and the amounts involved. Is there a reason for that, do you know? Has it just become more fraud and waste and abuse is taking place? What's the explanation for that? I mean, for example, the SAPS reported matters goes from 7 in 2017 to 32 in 2019, for example.
And the SAPS statistics also are just baffling. I mean, you state 7 cases in 2017, 2.5 million rands, but 3 of those have been withdrawn. No guilt findings have been made. The same thing with 2018, 26 cases. I mean, I don't follow what is the point of putting all of these big numbers because they have no relationship whatsoever with actual guilty verdicts.
Chair, if I may respond to the question about the increase in the frequency. Yes, there is an increase in the frequency of the incidents. And yes, it is increasing every year. I mean, if I reflect on a member base, we in terms of now the instruction that we've received from our legal ethics committee is that not only we should refer these to the specific enforcement agencies, but we also need to then engage the employer about these specific cases in terms of what interventions it can apply as an employer. So there is no doubt, Chair, I mean, if one takes some classical examples, we've had situations where certain of the members have, service provider, have in fact, in some of the current investigations, gave confirmation of those events or incidents. So to answer the question directly and crisply, yes, there is an increase in the incidents that we are facing, and it is increasing all the time. In terms of the values, Chair, I can't say more than what I have explained to say. The values that are reflected there, they reflect the total value of the claims as they were made at the time. And yes, I do concede we may, to assist the panel more, we may have done a little more in terms of delineating what is the value of those that have been settled or finalized, what is the value of those that are still outstanding, and so on. Maybe that further detail would have assisted more, but
Mr.
this
Booker, maybe I can
computation
throw
was
you
purely-
a lifeline. Can I ask you then rather a different question about the money? How much money in these 3 years, 2017, 2018 and 2019, has MedScheme paid you for fraud, waste and abuse recoveries?
Chair, if maybe we can go to the next slide. I know it may not directly answer the question, but if I can first reflect on that slide before then trying to
Can I just,
answer
to be
directly.
sure, because we're going to run short of time, I'd like to know the answer to that question, and then I'd also like us to know the answer to the question, what then have you paid back to your patients in those 3 years? Because this is also about the patients. So what amounts has MedScheme paid you back for fraud, waste and abuse for those 3 years, and what amounts have you paid the patients?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we don't have that level of detail here in terms of the actual claims that have been paid out, as well as the actual recoveries. But what I do have, Chair, on slide 18, is a slide that demonstrates the impact of interventions that we have had. So if you look at the first column, the column titled prior, if you look at that, at the total, that shows the, what's the word? The claims that we have had before the interventions from the various service providers. If
So is 248 the total number of providers that you pay?
248, where are you?
In the first one, plus 36 months number of providers.
Yes, those would be the service providers that are included in this analysis. So it's not the total service provider that we've ever have to pay, but for the purpose of computing this
Okay.
analysis.
All
those
right.
are the-
I mean, I understand what you're trying to say. You say, look, prior to this, it was 1.3 billion, you forecasted 1.5 billion, actually it came to 956, and therefore you've saved yourself 640 million rands. I mean, that's the point, and therefore there's been a 40% reduction because of the change of interventions. The problem is we don't actually know what this all means.
Who is the author of this table?
Yeah.
Chair, this would be an extract from the report that we had received, either in a monthly or quarterly report.
From
MedScheme.
MedScheme.
MedScheme. So
From MedScheme.
MedScheme's the author of this report.
Correct.
I mean, do you know what it means? Because I have no idea that you had claims of 1.3 billion, you forecasted, I don't know who
Well,
forecasted.
how do you forecast claims?
So the forecast, Chair, is done let me put it this way. If Buka has been claiming consistently in excess of 10,000 rand a month, I'm just using that as an example, and a particular intervention was applied to him, then after that intervention, Buka is now claiming either lesser. So the forecast is if that intervention would not have been applied, the pattern, whether it was a stable pattern or a continuously growing pattern, if based on that pattern, Buka, if had continued to claim 10,000 rand a month for the period under review, then we would be sitting with, let's say, 120,000. But because of the intervention, we've now seen that Buka has reduced his claims. We've now actually getting 80,000 claims. So that's the forecast. The forecast is based on what the service provider has been consistently over the measured period, has been claiming, and what changed after certain interventions.
No, I mean, what does this actually mean?
Yeah.
You see, what we've looked at in that very first slide we debated is that the biggest amount of money goes to hospitalization. What we don't know, your forecast, I mean, don't follow this. Your forecast is 1.5, and then you say 900, and then you deduct that, and then you come to 640, because that's not the actual amount, it's just the amount that you thought would be claimed. Whereas if there is any saving, it is the 956 from the 1.3. And therefore, this figure of 640 million is also a misleading figure. It's actually not 40%, because that is just a projection. It's a bit of a thumbs-up projection. But nevertheless, I want to understand for which year is this? Because in the slide you gave, which is what I'm trying to figure out in my own head. Remember, you gave us the first slide. What page was this? It's at page 10. So if you compare this, your actual expenditure has increased by 100 million. From 7.1 to 7.2 billion. So it makes no sense for me to now say that, oh, no, you've made these big savings because of some miraculous interventions. Because in reality, your expenses have gone up.
Yeah.
So what does this mean? I don't follow this at all.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, remember our claims process as reflected in slide number 10 reflects on a number of disciplines in terms of where we receive claims, in respect of which we receive claims. Okay. Now, that total is a total based on all those disciplines. Hospitalization is, you will recall, Chair, that for hospitalization, a member is referred by a doctor. You don't walk into a hospital and ask to be hospitalized. So when that analysis is done in terms of the hospitalization and those other categories, the process is the referring doctor, how many of these kinds of referrals have happened over a particular measured period? What is the generic or the period of referral that the doctor normally recommends or prescribes? So all those are measured based on the actual claims as they take place. Now, the slide that we're dealing with, slide 18, the relation there is that of all those claims that are set out in slide 10, when you apply the analytics, then the analytics will pick up these issues or concerns in respect of each of the items mapped out in slide 10.
No, I mean, this is the problem. I don't understand, Advocate Book. I'm sorry. If I look at 2018 to 2019 in page 10, yes, each item has gone up. The biggest item is hospitalization by approximately 170 million. But other items, whether it's pathology, radiology, dental, auxiliary, all of those have gone up by averaging 10 million, 20 million, 30 million per annum. None of those have gone down. Now, I then look at item 18. Item 18 somehow suggests that there have been a big saving between 2017 and 2019. But that's not tracked by the actual monies that you've spent in claims. Your claims have gone up. So where have these savings been reflected in these claims?
So, Chair, that's what I'm trying to explain. This saving is only in respect of what we would classify as fraud, waste, abuse. So it's not a saving on the total claims or costs exposure. It is a saving of what we would have incurred or suffered as a consequence of fraud, waste, abuse. So that's what this slide reflects.
No, I'm sorry about this. I mean, maybe I'm just really being slow. You see, I asked you, where is FWA in slide 10? Your answer was that it is factored in the expense items. So when those items go up or go down, fraud and waste and abuse is already accounted for there. Now we are dealing with this. I'm trying to track, and then you say, no, actually, this one is completely separate.
Chair, at the risk of debating, maybe let me try and explain it slightly different. So let's take, Chair, the hospitalization, or maybe let's take medicine as an example and just uplift it. So we will say that our cost exposure in terms of, or claims exposure in terms of medicine would be the 753 million that is reflected on the first item. Okay. So that's our total exposure in terms of claims. But when the analytics are done at the time of processing those claims, because when those claims are received, we don't know whether one claim is a fraud claim or is a legitimate claim. So hence that figure is a total aggregate exposure on claims. Once those claims are received, you then do an analysis. Then you separate certain things and say, claim number 10 of this list is problematic. Then you put it aside. Claim number 20 of this list is problematic. Then you put it, and that then will give you what you see in slide 18.
So slide 10 does not include FWA.
But then also you're saying that you experienced 296 million rands worth of FWA on the prior period or the forecast period. I'm also not following. If you're saying it's all set aside, I'm not following.
Chair, can I maybe make this request?
Yeah, sure. What is the request?
Thanks.
Written submission.
Well, it might sound, I think, Chair, it would assist to really articulate and maybe by way of specific examples, not examples that I'm now picking from the air, but take specific case examples and try and illustrate exactly what I'm saying. Would the panel be amenable to that?
No, that's fine. Look, we're going to ask MedSkim the same questions. Who prepared slide number 10? Was that you or MedSkim?
It was MedSkim. It was a report slide.
Okay, so item 10 and item 18 were both done by MedSkim.
No. Slide 10, Chair, is us. This is an internal analysis of our own cost claims.
I see, all right.
And then slide 18 is MedSkim.
That's fine. Thank you. So we were at item 18. You will supplement that in due course.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah.
And then, Chair, slide 19 just deals with what we believe to be the empowering provisions in terms of the law that assist us to manage this process. I'm not sure if the panel wants me to go through those. It's purely just extraction from the Act and how we translated that into the rules of the scheme and so on. If the panel would like for me to go through them, I can, but I think they are self-explanatory.
Yes, I mean, unless there is a point you want to put emphasis on.
Can I ask a question? I've read all of those slides, and I see your reference to the various statutory provisions. In slide 24, you deal with 58 regulations, 15, 16, and 17, and then you set out the written contract. I just want to point out there that you do then refer to the contract and to the Annexure A of the contract, which really is quite important for us. So we will need to have sight of that contract plus the annexure. That's the first thing, because you've referred to it here, and we will then need to have a look at the underlying text. And the second is, what is your interpretation of Regulation 6 as applied to Section 59(3)?
let me start by saying this, that the panel has got the necessary authority to apply a particular consequence that it was to attach to the regulation. So we will never contest whatever the proposition that the panel may have in terms of that. I think the second point to make is that...
Sorry, Advocate Booker, I'm not making a proposition. I actually would like to be guided by the various presenters. So I'm really asking you for what you propose is the correct interpretation.
I just want to just read Regulation 6 first, Chair, if you will allow me. Just get me Regulation 6. Thank you. So, Chair, if I may just read it first. A medical scheme must not, in its rules or in any other manner, in respect of any benefit to which a member or former member of such medical scheme or a dependent of such members is entitled, limit, exclude, retain, or withhold, as the case may be, any payment to such member or supplier of services as a result of late submission of or late...
Regulation 6.2.
Regulation 6.2. If a medical scheme is of the opinion that an amount, statement, or claim is erroneous or unacceptable for payment, it must inform both the member and the relevant healthcare provider within 30 days after receipt of such account, statement, or claim that is erroneous or unacceptable for payment, and state the reasons for such an opinion. So the long and short of our understanding of the regulation is that a legitimate bona fide claim must be paid within 30 days from the date of receipt. If for any reason the claim is contested, then the verification process then may have the effect of interrupting the running of those 30 days.
Sorry, I don't follow the...
Anything, at least that phrasing supports your earlier interpretation that one is always concerned with a particular amount based on a particular claim. Anyway.
And with providing the service provider with notice and information that substantiates what you contest or dispute before placing them on, before applying sanctions, basically.
I'm not following the question.
You would need to give the service provider the information stipulated in 6.2 before you can apply sanctions. Isn't that so? Well, before you implement any sanction against the service provider, you would have to explain why the claim is, why claims are submitted, or whatever it is, that's submitted by the service provider, however many number of claims it is erroneous or unacceptable. You have to state the reasons for that. And the service provider and the member must be afforded an opportunity to correct.
Do you understand that provision to apply to fraudulent claims?
Chair. There were two specific issues that led to changing administrator. One was there was a particular phase of engagement with CMS where certain directives were issued and the scheme was placed in a particular space. And after those, then the scheme was left with a decision on whether to continue to run as normal. So that's one. So one was a reaction to that. The other one was the ordinary course of events, in that the contract was reaching its particular phase or duration, and therefore the scheme was left with an option on whether or not to continue with the same services provided to the extent that the rules or the law may allow that, or to go out and get a new service provider. So those were the two, in principle, events that informed the scheme to say, then we have reached the duration of the contract, we have had these issues, and therefore what is the next step? And the next step was that let's go through the process, let's get a service provider, and that service provider or MES scheme was successful as that service provider through that process.
Can you just explain the contract you have with the MED scheme? Is it one generic administration contract, or is there a specific FWA contract?
Chair, the current contract is one generic contract. The initial engagements were that the contract was not a generic contract, so there was an administration contract, and the fraud waste service was then added as one of the administrative functions that the scheme would perform.
And now is FWA simply an aspect of a generic administration?
That's correct. As we speak, fraud waste abuse is purely a component of the administration service.
And do you pay specifically for recoveries under FWA, or do you pay a generic administration fee?
We pay a generic administration fee. I'm just trying to recall, Chair, now from the previous dispensation to the current dispensation, whether we changed the fee structure. I think in the current dispensation we pay the singular administration fee, but I can provide the actual rate in terms of the changes we made to the fee structure.
And how do they account for recoveries? I mean, it's not like there is a percentage of recoveries they would be entitled to. For instance, the slide 18, which says they've saved this 640 million, whether that's true or not is an open question. But would they be entitled to a percentage of that 640 million rands that is savings?
That's why, Chair, I'm saying maybe if the panel can allow me to just check what have we changed in the fee structure. I know that there were, what I understand you to be saying is whether there's a contingency arrangement of some sort. I know there was a similar arrangement, but in terms of the changes we've made, I wouldn't want to mislead the panel and say we've stuck to the original arrangement. If the panel can allow me to just rather give you the accurate information of what changes we made to the extent that the panel may require.
Yes, I mean, we do want the contract. I know that you say that you're not going to give it to us because it's confidential, but we really do want to see the contract. One of the complaints, and this is all a transparent process, we're not hiding anything.
Mm-hmm.
One of the complaints made is that the investigators have an improper want to know what are the incentives contained in your contract as towards med scheme, so that we can judge for ourselves whether the allegations of improper financial incentives driving the investigation are true or not. And I've asked you now just a basic question around what is the fee structure, which you cannot answer. And that fee structure has to be answered by reference to the contract, not by reference to heads of argument. So we do want the contract. Is there anything that you want to add to the presentation you have given so far? Or, because I don't want to cut you, because this is still your time. Your time has not yet ended.
Chair, thank you. We have no further points that we would like to address the panel on, save, Chair, to indicate that as I had requested to amplify or to clarify certain of either the questions or the detail that is required in terms of a supplementary submission. That's all. Maybe one can then request, I would imagine that one would get the necessary communication from the Secretariat in terms of how that process is going to unfold. But other than that, Chair, we thank the panel for the opportunity, and we thank the panel for also giving us an opportunity to assist or to add our contribution to the efforts that the panel is making to try and get to the bottom and the resolution of this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Puka. We are also equally grateful for the time you've taken together with your colleagues. Pity the principal officer couldn't make it, but hopefully she'll make a contribution in the written submission. Thank you. We are going to take some time. We've been running this for a long time. It's now 5 minutes to 2. I'm really sorry to the Bonitas representatives. So I think, shall we 20 minutes? Yeah, all right. So we're going to take 20 minutes lunch adjournment, and we will resume at 20 past 2? Let's resume at 20 past 2. Thank you.
Chair. Good afternoon to the panel. By way of introduction, my name is Lee Kalakopin. I'm the Principal Officer of Bonitas Medical Fund. Today with me, I've got our legal representative, Anissa Mohammed, as well as our Fraud, Waste and Abuse Senior Manager that is employed by Bonitas Medical Fund. That is Vusi to my left, or far left. In terms of how we'll be handling our submission today is by way of a presentation that has been shared to the panel. And we will be covering various elements between the three of us. For myself, governance and oversight. And as principal officer, I'm accountable for to the board. From a legal perspective, I will be handing over to Anissa where required. And at an operational details level, Vusi that oversees the day-to-day management of fraud, waste and abuse.
Let's do this. I think then let me just take the oath for everyone so that we just covered. Shall I start with you then? Would you say after me, I and your full name?
I, Lee Ricardo Kalakopin,
Hereby swear
hereby swear
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing else but the truth.
and nothing else but the truth.
Please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. And sorry, I didn't get your surname.
Mohammed.
Oh, Ms. Mohammed. Will you also take the oath or the affirmation?
I'm fine with either.
With either, all right. So let's do the oath then. So will you say after me, I and your name,
I, Anissa Mohammed,
hereby swear
hereby swear
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence that I
Shall-
shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing else but the truth.
and nothing else but the truth.
If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. And sir, what's your,
Vusi Makanda.
oh, yes, Mr. Makanda, will you then say after me, I and your name,
I, Vusi Makanda,
hereby swear
hereby swear
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing else but the truth.
and nothing else but the truth.
Will you raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. The floor is yours. You can split it whichever way you wish.
Chair, just by way of opening, would like to thank the board for allowing us to be here today to make our submission on the Section 59 investigation. It's important for us in terms of the approach that we're taking today is to provide full context for the panel to be able to arrive at a submission, at a conclusion around this investigation. Chair, just a few housekeeping issues that I think is quite important to put forward. The issue, and it's not that we desire a remedy associated with it, but we would like to, for the record, just formally bring it to the Chair's attention, and that is when the investigation originally commenced and when there was information shared that we were one of the medical schemes that received information of other schemes, confidential information around those members in our actual bundle. We did inform the Secretariat around our concern associated with it, but we're also making an assumption that the same information that was shared of Bonita's medical scheme was shared with other medical schemes. So I'd just like to place that on record. The second aspects that we would like to put forward to the panel is that based on what we'll be sharing today and making a representation on, is based on the guidelines provided to us that we could take on a format of submission in any form that we deem appropriate to bring forward the matter to the panel. However, with that said, there is no information that we are not willing to share as long as we can engage with it and obviously consider the confidentiality associated thereof. So some of our information might not be forthcoming in our presentation, but we're happy to take any questions during or at the end of it because we believe we do cover a wide scope of information in the presentation. Chair, then moving directly into the first slide, I think it's quite important to look at our agenda. We'll be covering an introduction. We'll be covering what Bonitas in terms of an overview from a fraud, waste, and abuse perspective. We'll also be covering the understanding in terms of the terms of reference, and then we shall be making some closing remarks. Chair, it would be remiss of us as Bonitas Medical Fund not to start off with what the business is of Bonitas Medical Fund. And in terms of our mission statement, it's to ensure that the sustainability of the scheme is always sustained while meeting the needs of our members. At the end of the day, we exist for the purpose of our members. Further to that, in terms of our vision, is to ensure that quality healthcare is more accessible and made more affordable within South Africa and for the members that we serve. And this is obviously of importance in relation to the impact that fraud, waste, and abuse could have on the specific mission statement as well as vision statement of the medical scheme. With that said, I'd also like to draw your attention to a clause within the Medical Schemes Act, which is Section 57(6), that says that the Board of Trustees will take all reasonable steps to ensure that the interests of beneficiaries in terms of the rules of the medical scheme and the provisions of the Medical Schemes Act is protected at all times. We act with due care, diligence, and skill, as well as good faith. Why is this important? Because I believe that within our understanding of this investigation, it is how this is conducted and the impact that it has on healthcare professionals. So we wanted to draw the attention of the panel around our duty and the duty of specifically Bonitas Medical Fund and the Board of Trustees, as well as our associates in terms of our service providers, in terms of the behavior associated with how we conduct business and serving the best interest of our members. Chair, if you'd allow me, and this is probably common knowledge to some of the panel members, but for the purpose of completeness, I would like to give an overview of Bonitas Medical Fund. The scheme was established in April 1982, primarily for black civil servants, and has successfully reinvented its image while staying true to its commitment to make the quality of healthcare more affordable and accessible for South Africans. Approximately 3/4 of the scheme's current membership base comprises of black people. As at the 31st of October 2019, the scheme had over 335,000 principal members and 723,000 beneficiaries, who are demographically comprises of 20% white, 5% unclassified, and 75% black. We will later in our submission point out the relevance of the stats that we have shared. Chair, on average, the scheme processes close to 2,486,000 claim lines per month. We also issue close to about 15,879,000 authorizations to various healthcare professionals as well as facilities. All these claims are paid within 30 days as prescribed by Section 59(2) of the Medical Schemes Act, unless these claims identified to be erroneous or unacceptable for payment due to non-compliance with the provisions of Regulation 5 of the Regulations of the Medical Schemes Act. We will discuss this in further detail to point out the relevance of it. Why is this important? This is important for us in relation to the governance and processes that Bonitas deploys and follows as we act with due care and diligence, skill, and good faith, as per the duty I articulated in the very first slide of this presentation. Access to quality care remains a priority for all South Africans, and that's the reason why we're sitting here today, to ensure that the South African healthcare ecosystem is fit to serve its members. It is no secret that the escalating healthcare costs and inflation are key current challenges that faces our industry, as we have seen recently in the publication of the Health Market Inquiry. To this end, how we address fraud, waste, and abuse, and there is a distinction between the fraud, the waste, and abuse, as this panel have heard over its sitting. We as a medical scheme is quite focused in terms of addressing this particular area. With healthcare costs consistently outpacing inflation, the challenge for medical schemes is finding the right balance between providing high level of value and care for its members and dependents while managing the cost effectively. And as I mentioned, among many reasons for these high cost drivers is what we are seeing in terms of fraud, waste, and abuse. Fraudulent and wasteful and abusive billing is not unique to the scheme. Don't even think it is unique to South Africa. It is an international challenge that we are facing. This primarily manifests itself in the form of unethical and opportunistic overservicing and overcharging. This unwanted practice is always to the detriment of the collective risk pool that we have for our scheme members. But also individual members who are unceremoniously find themselves running out of benefits due to service providers unlawfully depleting their benefits. And we have to be mindful of this dimension. I think but to the point of on this particular slide, from various different avenues, it's estimated that fraud constitutes close to about 23, fraud, waste, and abuse constitutes about 23% of all medical scheme claims. Other stakeholders, such as the Board of Healthcare Funders, Healthcare Funders Association, for example, has estimated this figure at 15% of healthcare spend. So dependent on who you engage, these numbers have been ranging between 15 and 23%.
What is Bonitas's number?
Chair, at this particular point in time, I cannot sit here and say to you the full ecosystem is quantified at X. Reason being is that at this particular point in time, based on the information available, it would be based on the type of activities, on the type of disciplines that we've engaged on. This information I can share and we will cover on later on. It is also extensively published in our annual financial results that is published to members. But I can cover that point if we do not cover it in detail and to your satisfaction at later slides. Thank you. Chair, it is our submission that it's a minority, and I want to emphasize this point. It is a minority of healthcare professionals that do not conduct themselves according to the standards expected of them. It is the fiduciary duty of the board to ensure that members and dependents receive all access to treatment that is affordable and of the highest quality. Medical schemes are by law required to have a solvency ratio, as you've heard in earlier presentation, and probably very aware of that. It stipulates and regulates that the Medical Schemes Act also to protect the interests of the members. And if that risk pool and solvency is not protected by addressing areas such as fraud, waste, and abuse, or managing non-healthcare cost, we are placing the interests of members on the back burner. And that is not the duty of the Board of Trustees that needs to discharge themselves of their fiduciary duties. Accordingly, in ensuring strict policing of fraud, waste, and abuse, the schemes are abiding by their legal duties. Chair, with that said and with those opening remarks, I would like to move on to giving an overview. As I mentioned earlier on, it is the how. And as a fully outsourced business, it's important that we illustrate to this panel in terms of the governance structures that we as Bonitas deploy in terms of managing fraud, waste, and abuse. However, before doing so, I see that there might be a question.
Just a question on your opening remarks. You mentioned the numbers of claims you process and authorizations you give to healthcare providers. Am I understanding you correctly that you do that yourself as the scheme?
Thank you, Chair. And this is what I will be covering in the governance structure in terms of what our operating model is and the oversight. But in answering your question in short, we are not self-administered. We rely on third parties and we utilize an outsourced model. So we don't do it directly in answering your question.
So
Service providers do you use?
Chair, we utilize accredited administration and managed care service providers. In our current instance, it is MedScheme. However, in terms of our fraud, waste, and abuse, it is not exclusively just done by MedScheme. It is also done by Kubeka Forensic Services, and that allows us, and I will cover this later in the presentation, as well as by my colleagues, to ensure that there's checks and balances between these parties.
So you have contracts with both service providers?
Yes, Chair, we've got contracts with both service providers. It will become clearer in the next section when I cover the overview of how fraud, waste, and abuse is managed by the fund. Chair, with your permission, if I may continue
Yes.
to move on to the next section. As what I indicated before, addressing some of the questions, I'll be moving on to giving an overview of the governance structures in relation to how fraud, waste, and abuse is managed within Bonita's Medical Fund. Chair, I referred earlier on to the governance structures and the processes, and would now focus on that detail because it's quite important for us to be able to demonstrate as a medical scheme how we go about managing it. With that said, the scheme functions as a wholly outsourced model, meaning that administration and managed healthcare and other core services are outsourced to various service providers. Amongst the services outsourced, we use a specialized software on behalf of their clients, which in this case we as a scheme are one of those clients. The scheme also uses independent service providers for
Sorry, just to understand that statement, you say we use their specialized software.
Yes.
So do you use their software? Do you go to their offices and use their software?
No, we contract for them to utilize for the application of managing fraud, waste, and abuse.
Thank you.
Independent service provider for whistleblower services, where members of the scheme may call anonymously to report fraud, waste, and abuse. Governance of the scheme is
And Kubeka.
Chair, yes, we are willing to make that available to the panel and under strict confidentiality because we do believe that it contains certain commercial aspects, but it could be made available to this panel under confidentiality and direct submission.
So just tell me, is this a separate service provider? Because, so MedScheme does FWA, and then there is another service provider which does whistleblower services. And then there's another one, Kubeka, which does...
Chair, there's three distinct services. It's fraud, waste, and abuse. The waste and abuse is typically covered from a MedScheme perspective, and then we utilize Kubeka for the fraudulent component and investigation that comes through from a waste and abuse perspective. Vusi, is there any clarification that you wish to add or more detail?
Yes, through you, Chair. The aspect that Lee is talking about is, of course, Kubeka on fraud. It's MedScheme on waste and abuse. But there is also an independent service provider that deals with hotlines, and those hotlines will be directed to either MedScheme or Kubeka.
Yes, that's what I'm asking. It looks like there are three contracts. Yes. So who is the independent service provider who's under...
Respond to you. waste.
Understand which are your business processes and which are med schemes, because this suggests that you do all of this. You do the risk analysis, you do the assessment and verification, you do the investigation, you do the reporting. But I don't think that's right. I think the only point, and I'm not sure, I'm checking, that the scheme is involved when it appears there's a recommendation by the scheme, approved by scheme forum. But if you could explain in this business process diagram who does what or where the scheme actually gets involved, that would be helpful.
Chair, first of all, I can appreciate your concern, and hopefully we can now clarify that for you. I would like to hand over to Vusi just to give you the detail in terms of the segregation of duties and what are the business processes associated with our service providers and which are the fact. However, before handing over to him, the important thing is that we exercise oversight around this entire process with the service providers. But with that said, let me hand over to Vusi to give you the detail.
Through you, Mr. Chair. This process, it's what Mr. Lee has also made mention of when he spoke about processes that the scheme has adopted. It is in our policies that it should be done that way. I'll take you through that very same slide. Proactive risk analysis is whatever med scheme would then pick up from their analysis. Reactive hotline will be any hotline that comes through or that service provider that we mentioned, and of course any other stakeholder who wants to mention anything to us, then it will be done through that. But when it comes to assessment and verification, that is done by MedScheme or any person who then receives those kind of allegations. That is done mainly to ascertain whether this particular matter is going to be further investigated, or it can be clarified by any person or by any business unit that then has contact to that. Now, investigate means it is either MedScheme or Quebecer who will then conduct further investigation on that. As I said before, if it is waste and abuse, then MedScheme will continue with that kind of investigation. If it is fraud, then that matter is then investigated by Quebecer. And then all those reports will then come to the scheme, and then we will talk about them and decide what proper action should be taken based on the merits of that particular case. I don't know whether I've clarified that to the panel.
Yes, thanks. I just want to understand, what do you do with instances of the incorrect use of codes? Are those fraud or waste or abuse?
Those instances will then be adjudicated by on that assessment stage, and it will be MedScheme who's doing that.
So an incorrect use of a code is not fraud?
No, it's not fraud from the onset, but it depends on the complexity of that particular instance, because some providers, and I'm saying this, Mr. Chair, with experience having been there in that same environment, they will use that code deliberately, so knowing that it is not supposed to be like that. So it depends on the complexity or the nature of that particular allegation.
Now, I think the specific question really was, what is the role of bonitors? You know, because you've got an outsource agreement with MedScheme. So what is? You see, I think the question was, who does what? I mean, what is your role versus MedScheme's role?
Chair, if I can take your question further, as a funder and responsible for the funding of healthcare for the members that select to be part of our scheme or fund, we are ultimately accountable to ensure the oversight in terms of the process associated that we have outsourced to those service providers. As I articulated in my introduction, I think we appreciate that there are fraudulent, wasteful, and abusive activities that can take place. With that said, to deploy the relevant policies and frameworks in the case and having oversight that our actual service providers do it accordingly to the regulation and legislation that is set out. And our role is to ensure that we are managing it. We cannot abdicate that responsibility. We ultimately have to take accountability and ensure that those aspects or policies and frameworks are applied accordingly. I trust that that answers the question.
So if MedSkim picks up an allegation of something improper, do they consult with you before they write the letter, or do they just write the letter on the assumption that they have a mandate?
Would you like to?
On that aspect, Mr. Chair, they will then run with the investigation. That is now the first step of an action that they will be taking. So it is not the scheme that will then give them that kind of say, go for this one. They will be the ones running the investigation.
Now, if they have to decide whether at the commencement of the investigation to suspend payments to a service provider, do they consult with you or do they make that decision independently?
Chair, if I may, and just for the interest of time, and you know, to ensure that we completely answer the question, we are covering this under, I think the important thing for us is to paint the regulatory component to it. So we will be covering that particular question. I will note it down, and if we have not answered it to the level of detail at the end, because I think it's important to understand the process end to end with all due respect, and we are going to cover from a legal perspective as well. Would that
I don't
suffice?
want a legal answer, I just want a factual answer.
Yeah.
MedSkim has decided that it wants to proceed. My understanding is that they can do that on their own without consulting. But they want to decide whether to suspend payment prior to investigation. Do they consult with you for a mandate, or do they do that on their own?
Lucy? Apologies.
On that one, Mr. Chair, they will then continue with that aspect because it's part and parcel of their assessment and investigation. But maybe to put to context to that, whatever they have done in regard to that, it has to be within the 30 days that the scheme is expected to pay the provider.
I'm talking about a period outside of the 30 days, and they have to make a decision. Should we suspend and then ask for a recovery? Whether or not they will consult with you at all. I mean, that's really the point I'm trying to understand.
If it is over 30 days, Mr. Chair, then they will have to come to the scheme to get confirmation or kind of approval to take whatever action on that particular matter.
So all of the cases we've seen where action is taken beyond the 30 days are specifically authorized by Bonitas.
It is those cases that would have been brought to the fraud forum where they will talk to it first, because it's not just a matter of rubber stamping what they say. It's about interrogating the very same case. And if needs be, we will change the decision of their recommendation. And that's what we have done in many instances, Mr. Chair.
Chair, also
I understand that, but so sorry, I do want to just get clarity. I just want to understand at the level of principle, that if we see an instance where MedSkim has acted outside of the 30 days and they're trying to recover retrospectively, we must assume that that is expressly discussed with you and you have given them an express mandate.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's the straight answer.
Chair, also a key distinction here is that where you do find a whistleblower that has contacted us and advised us that, or has advised through MedSkim, that there is behavior that is considered either fraud, waste, and abuse. In circumstances such as that, MedSkim would probably suspend as well to stop the bleed, but start the process of investigation. So there is a distinction that must be taken between the different providers in terms of the fraud, the waste, the abuse, and whistleblowing. It is very similar, and not to draw an inference around it, if you tomorrow would phone in your bank and say, I believe there is fraud on my credit card, would they suspend it immediately or go and check first? It would be stopped, then investigated, because the member has phoned in and said, I'm blowing a whistle that there's monies being given. And in those instances, but it will be discussed as well. So one needs to contextualize each case by case. And
But what does that mean practically? Does it mean that the only instance that you are aware of where suspension takes place prior to investigation are whistleblowing instances?
Well, Chair, the point I'm trying to bring across around it is that in the pack provided, I think there was about 23 cases. One would have to look at the merits in terms of how that matter has come through. Was it through an analysis of trying to establish if there's fraud, waste, and abuse? Was it a whistleblowing tip-off that is significant where we had to suspend? So it is, I'm setting out the principles as what you indicated for each one, but we could go into the merits of each case if you want to refer to the bundle.
No, I want to understand how you work in relation to your relationship to MedScheme or Quebec for that matter. And I tried to get the principle, where then your intervention was, no, it's only in those instances where there's a whistleblower, where a suspension, and you made the example of a bank. But are you saying that as a matter of principle, it's only where there is a whistleblower that you suspend before investigation?
Chair, to the best of our knowledge, that is the instances where we do the suspension when there's whistleblowing. Unless, Vusi from an operational perspective, that's close, but in instances, and to the best of my knowledge, it is in cases where we have whistleblowing, where we have to stop the bleed of significant risk to the fund and to the members.
If we find instances where there is no whistleblower, but there has been a suspension, we should assume that the service provider acted on their own without a mandate.
I believe that would be the exception to the rule. Chair,
Please.
if I may proceed. Chair, just to pick up in terms of where I left off, I indicated that the scheme has a zero tolerance to the approach in terms of fraud, waste, and abuse. I also referred to the fact that the scheme has dedicated resources, as I indicated early on, in terms of managing these activities. However, with that said, I think, and it's quite small in terms of presentation, but I think it's reasonably expanded in the written submission that we did at a macro level, and in terms of our duty under the Medical Schemes Act. Chair, we've set out the governance structures associated, and I would like to stop just for a few minutes and unpack this for you to demonstrate in terms of the relevant structures that we have put in place to ensure that activities, and one such activity in terms of how we manage fraud, waste, and abuse, and our service providers is applied within Bonita's Medical Fund. Starting on the left of the slide, as we all know, there is governing legislation and regulation, which we will cover after the next few slides. There's the Act, there's the scheme rules, there's good corporate governance principles that we shouldn't forget about, such as KING, for additional guidelines that we consider as a medical fund. Further to that, there's also the aspects of common law. How we have structured in terms of it, we've got a board of trustees that is all elected and independent, elected by our members. The trustees serve a 5-year term, and more importantly, they undergo aspects to ensure that they are fit and proper and that are able to be accountable to the members. The Board of Trustees have also created various subcommittee structures, and those subcommittee structures, inclusive of our Audit and Risk Committee, as well as the risk, various other subcommittees, is all governed under committee charters to ensure that they discharge themselves of their duties. Further to that, myself as principal officer and that of the executive team is to ensure that the relevant policies, procedures, frameworks, and mandates are actually implemented, and that our service providers, keeping in mind we are wholly owned, we an outsourced model, that we are actually able to execute against that, and that is managed under strict aspects such as service level agreements, as well as various forums that's in place. Why is this important? The structure within Bonita's Medical Fund is to ensure that there's proper oversight and adherence to specifically this governance structure that is currently being displayed. and fraud, waste, and abuse because of the financial and reputational risk that it has both on service providers as well as members, we have deemed it important enough to appoint a senior manager that is solely accountable just to ensure that is managed. That member of staff is here with us present today, as indicated early on, but is also supported by a number of other key scheme staff, such as a general manager for operations, a COO, a CFO, as well as a general manager for governance, risk, and compliance, to ensure that we have the relevant skills, competencies to manage all our service providers and in relation to the terms of reference that brought us into the room today. And I would like to start in terms of handing over to our legal representative, Anissa Mohammed, that will set out specifically the legislation and the claims associated process. Thank you.
Mr. Chairperson, through you, thank you so much. As we
Ms.
sit
Mohammed, can I ask you, do you think that Regulation 6.3 applies to instances of fraud?
I will just let me refresh my memory on a second. I have it in front of me. It could be, although I fail to see how you're going to rectify a fraudulent claim, if indeed the suspicion is correct. The question under 5 and 6, regulations 5 and 6, I think are quite important to contextualize where the elements of administrative compliance allow for the payment of the claim to be made within the 30-day period as envisaged by Section 59 become preemptory, and at what point it becomes discretionary, in other words, where Regulation 6 might come into play. Now, if one contextualizes it, I'm going to take it that the panel has read these regulations ad nauseum. But for us, it's important to understand, or to at least set out our understanding of where we see the claims process coming through in order to give effect to the rights of people who may be impacted by claims not being processed within the 30-day period, as is envisaged by the Act. Now, Regulation 5 sets out really what is an administrative requirement for what is to be a valid claim. And generally speaking, if a claim passes a Regulation 5 muster, that means that the claim would then be ripe for payment within the 30-day period that the Act envisages. However, what becomes quite clear is that if one looks at Regulation 6, it doesn't simply say that a claim that is not compliant with Regulation 5 can be sent for rectification. It goes slightly wider than that and says that if a claim is erroneous or unacceptable for payment, then an opportunity for rectification must be given. Now, for example, unacceptable for payment could also be that the member has simply run out of benefits. Yes, technically speaking, there should be a right to rectify a claim like this, but how do you rectify something when you've run out of benefits? It simply is a situation that has occurred as a result of the use, and Regulation 6 under those circumstances then becomes completely useless.
But I mean, what you say about fraud, is that covered by unacceptable payment?
Well, that presupposes that you have the evidence that the claim is fraudulent at the time when the claim is submitted, or certainly you have a reasonable suspicion which would cause you to reject the claim at that point.
You have a reasonable suspicion. Can you use Regulation 6.3 in the correct channel?
Well, the point of the matter is, as I said to you right at the beginning, how do you ask a person to correct a fraudulent claim? Surely it in itself then lends to the reasonable interpretation that it cannot be corrected because the claim in itself is fraudulent.
Here you're separating out fraud from waste and abuse.
Yes, but the question was specifically on fraud. Obviously wasteful or for example, take a designated service provider who is contracted to bill at a particular rate and fails to do so. I mean, all you do under those circumstances, it could be possible abuse there, but there is a rectification mechanism, because you would send the claim back under Regulation 6 and simply say, you've billed at the wrong tariff, please bill at the right tariff, which would then trigger a payment. So one does have an opportunity to determine whether it is rectifiable under 6, which then makes 6 incumbent, or not. For example, a clearly fraudulent claim, which would render Regulation 6 then superfluous under those circumstances. Yes.
I just want to know from the perspective of monitors, whether or not if you suspect someone has committed fraud, they can explain themselves in this case that there's just an erroneous payment. And the terms used there is erroneous and unacceptable payment.
Yes.
Yeah, so the terms used by the Act is erroneous or unacceptable for payment, whether those are regarded at bonitas as wide enough to encompass fraud.
Mr. Chairperson, with due respect, I would suspect that no fraudulent claim is ever acceptable for payment. I mean, if one wants to look at the... So the regulation is drafted fairly widely, and I think would, in our view, encompass possible fraudulent payments then.
If it encompasses fraudulent payments, why is it never followed?
I beg your pardon? I don't...
If that regulation encompasses fraudulent payments,
Yes.
why is it in none of these 23 instances that we have found implicating bonitas has that regulation ever been followed?
I am not quite sure why. Mr. Chairperson, I'd have to look at a specific instance, but...
Well, the instances were sent to bonitas. Because, I mean, if that is the regulation that must be followed, I mean, the question really is, why has that never been followed by bonitas?
Mr. Chairperson, that's what I'm trying to understand. I'm not sure why you say it's never been followed. So if we go back to the administration process, and this is not the FWA process, so just when a claim comes in purely as a normal claim, as do the 2 million odd claim line items that come in every month, they go through the process, they get sifted in terms of 5, they're checked for accuracy and whether there's benefit. If there is, it gets loaded for payment. If not, it goes into the, this is an automated system, it goes into the Regulation 6 provisions. It's rejected with the correct code for whatever. So, for example, let's go back to the example I gave you. The incorrect tariff is given. So if you look at 6 says you must be given an opportunity to correct it, and you must be given reasons why it was rejected in the first place. So when you go back to that on any statement, it will go back and it will say, this claim has been rejected for code whatever, 47. If you look at the key, 47 says run out of benefits, by way of example. Now, I'm going to use the run out of benefits again as an example. Yes, Regulation 6 is used, in other words, it's rejected. There is an opportunity to correct, but factually, because the members run out of benefit, there's no practical way to correct that. Therefore, the claim process, the claim adjudication and repayment process stops at that point. So it's not to say that Regulation 6 is not used. It simply means the outcome is, for practical reasons, stops at a point prior to the corrective action having been taken, because it's an impossibility. So I'm not quite sure whether that perhaps puts things into context. And I mean, that would happen with every single claim. It's not just the FWA claims that go through this process.
So if it comes to your attention at some point that a health service provider has been submitting claims that are erroneous, say, over a period of time, and so you find that you actually you have suffered a loss in the amount of a certain amount, 100,000 rand, then what do you do?
Well, I think this is where...
Now you've got another claim that comes from the same service provider.
Right.
Now what do you do?
Okay. Now, what you first of all have is you have your Regulation 6. So let's take a situation, let's go back to the example where the provider was billing at the wrong code. But for some reason, the system didn't pick it up. So he should have been billing at 100 Rand per visit, he's been billing at 200 Rand a visit. And this accumulates over a period of time. And when the audits are done, you see, hang on a second, this chap is billed at the wrong tariff. We've actually got a contract with him that he should be billing at 100 Rand. He has not. We approach him and we say, listen, we've actually overpaid you. Either make good Or we then, under certain circumstances where either through consent or using the statutory right of set-off under 59.3, that the overbilling would then be set off against future claims. So under those circumstances, that would probably be what happened, because you pick up the pattern of incorrect or erroneous billing post the 30-day period. So in other words, payment has already been made. If it's within the 30-day period, remember, you can at least stop the payment, get it fixed, and then just pay the correct amount. But if it happens outside of that period,
When you've now identified a historical problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
You then get a claim submitted by the same service provider. There's nothing wrong with that particular claim.
Well, if it's on code,
Assume that there's nothing
yes.
wrong with
Yeah.
that claim.
Right.
It's all about, do you pay that next claim? Or do you say you're going to start deducting? What do you do at that point? And do you prove that the irregularity that you've picked up is in fact an irregularity?
Well, first of all, and I think on the irregularity, I'm going to hand over to Lee for purposes of the practicalities of that particular payment. But just on the irregularity, bear in mind that in terms of Regulation 6, if you fail to, within the time stipulated in Regulation 6, refer an erroneous payment back to the service provider for rectification, all that happens is that the burden of proof to show that that is indeed erroneous after the fact lies with the scheme. Yes, but it means that were we to claw it back under 59.3 and we were to be challenged, it simply means that the scheme must be able to back up what it's done. In other words, the owner shifts with him. It does not deprive the scheme of its statutory right to claw back, but it better make sure that it has the facts to back it up.
Go back without discharging the onus at that point in time.
Well, the point of
Wait until you're challenged.
Well, the point of the matter is, if no one asks the question, what am I justifying? But if I am challenged, I would submit. Then under those circumstances, the scheme would have to back it up.
Why
And
do
if
you say
it
that,
cannot, then obviously the ruling would fall in favor of the service provider.
Yeah.
why do you say that no one is challenging you? Because the doctor refuses to pay. The only difference is that you have the capability of enforcing payment because you are in control of the payment. So you say that no one is challenging. The doctors are always challenged. All of the cases we have here, the doctors are refusing to pay. They deny that they're liable.
Mr. Chairperson, I'm speaking of a specific instance where Regulation 6 is being utilized. And I'm saying to you, under those circumstances, were a service provider to challenge the scheme as to why in the next month we did not pay a valid claim but set it off against a claim that was paid erroneously in a previous month, we would have to show that doctor with the calculations which show that he's already been paid in a previous month in circumstances where he was not entitled to that payment. I mean, if it goes to a dispute, and I mean, there are various dispute resolution mechanisms, including, appeals before the appeal committee, well, first before the registrar and then the appeals committee, or directly to a court. All I'm saying is that under those circumstances, wherever it is challenged, if Regulation 6 was not invoked timeously, the scheme would simply bear the burden under those circumstances to show that it was entitled to claw back the funds as contemplated in terms of 59.
But why would you take the money first and then prove the case later?
Chair, the picture, with all due respect, that is painted in my simple mind is as if we withholding funds and come and challenge us until you can prove it. I think what we need to see in the context when a claim comes in is that, yes, that claim goes through an adjudication system and regulation is applied. However, as part of our administration agreement, and probably applicable for most medical schemes, is that one of the services that we have is a dedicated health provider call center. In this case, through MedScheme, it is based in Durban. This is a call center that purely deals just with healthcare providers and specifically the administrative staff and what we have seen of late, bureaus that acts on behalf of these practices, that actually deals with asking questions around codes and PMBs, etc. So even before the first, and we have multiple payment runs, healthcare professionals are given a dedicated area where they claim or query what they have submitted versus what is going to be paid to them. And then later on in this process chain, you still have what we see in the fraud, waste, and abuse side of it, where questions can be asked around it. So it's not that money is just withheld unilaterally and, we'll sort it out. At that particular point in time already, when money is held, I can only accept, and Vusi can confirm it and out, that we have already started engaging as the reason why we are offsetting. And in all probability, there is an acceptance that says, yes, I have utilized the wrong code. Yes, I have been paid more, set it off. And we can get into, I think we cover that detail a bit later on in the presentation as well. But it doesn't happen as an event and here is your claim, it hasn't been paid, or you were overpaid and we would. There is a robust engagement process, and what we try to illustrate through the governance structures, our frameworks, our policies that we will make available, that it is not just, you are guilty and let's deal with you afterwards. I know in many instances
No,
that
you
is
see,
how things are conducted within South Africa, but that's certainly not the case and could probably be the exception to the rule where there are cases such as that. And
No,
we're
you
happy
see,
to
what I'm
take the
trying
learning from
to
it.
get to, you see, is that what we know from Ms. Mohammed is that if you fail to do your job in the 30 days, the onus shifts to the scheme. What that means is that you must prove your case before being entitled to deduct. But in practice, you deduct before you can prove your case. Now, that's what I'm trying to get my head around.
Chair, with that said as well, in terms of that, you've got certain amount of time, etc. When we do engage and commence a process where we either believe that there is either fraud, and perhaps we should start at the back, abuse, waste, or fraud, right? There's an engagement around it, and yes, there's letters written in our instance directly from Benitez. The administrator writes on our letterheads to those providers. And because of the urgency that we know goes along with it, we must not forget that healthcare provider is there to serve a member in need of health services, right? And we, as a medical scheme, deem it very important that our member gets the access to healthcare. So yes, we will probably say do it within 7 days or do it within, but it's to stress the urgency of ensuring that that member, that child, that family member receives the services that is right for them. Keeping in mind that if we perpetuate bad behavior, we will be setting a tone where monies can just be utilized abusively and at the end of the day affects members from a contribution perspective. Is that not the challenge that we face as South Africans in terms of the cost of healthcare? And it's not what we do. I firmly believe in the ethos that we drive, it's how we go about doing it. And yes, if you look at one written submission that says, I can confidently say that our process is to guard against that.
Perhaps I can ask a question of Mr. Makanda. Could you take us back to your presentation to that governance slide? And please can you make the presentation available to the panel because we don't have copies of this. But the governance slide on your presentation, or the business process slide that you've been referring to. That slide, yeah. I'm sorry, I do not understand still the details of the oversight that you do or don't exercise over MedScheme. So I'm trying to understand that in much greater detail than we've managed to cover so far. Before I ask open-ended questions, I just want to ask, I understand you do allow MedScheme to write on your letterhead to providers.
That's correct.
Now, why do you do that?
It is just to identify ourselves and separate ourselves from what MedScheme is doing, because the letterhead that we gave them, it is exactly what we would have we want it to be as per the policy that we expect them to apply on our behalf.
Do you approve those letters?
No, we don't approve the letters, but we look at the standard letter up front before we deploy it to them to distribute to the service providers. The reason why we are not,
So hold on, you've signed off on a standard upfront letter that they are supposed to send.
yes,
What does that letter say?
it depends on the information that would have been requesting from the service provider. A typical example, to you, Mr. Chair, if they just want to verify services, then the letterhead will have a topic that says verification of services, and then we will stipulate these are the cornerstones of your content of the letter that will have to go. But as for what goes in there in detail with regards to that specific service provider, it will be what they would have identified in their processes of investigating the service provider.
So you don't really have any influence ultimately on what goes into the final letter?
No, we don't. What we do have is the standard, the format of what that data should encompass or include. Typical example, Mr. Chair, is, again, let me rather clarify it this way. If the services were not rendered at all and MedScheme has picked up there are 5 members from whom services were not rendered, then we will not have details of those 5 members because MedScheme would have had that information. But as for what the format of that letter should be, it would be what Bonitas has given MedScheme to use when they interact with service providers.
Will you give us all your pro forma letters that you've instructed MedScheme to send?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can always provide that.
How many are there?
I think we've got 3 that I can think of now, but if there are more than that, we'll provide everything to the panel.
Okay. And do
Chair.
you mandate MedScheme to request patient information from the providers? Do you mandate MedScheme to request patient information from providers?
That is included, Mr. Chair, in the processes that we have said they must use. But as for what details are they then requesting in there, as I said, we are not privy to every detail that they would be requesting from the service provider.
So what is the answer to my question?
When it comes to member information, it depends on what that information is and for what purpose that information is requested.
So do you mandate MedScheme to request confidential patient files and notes in order to verify that services were provided?
We don't mandate them as such, Mr. Chair, but what we do is that they will then, of course, request those kind of information depending on the investigation that they are conducting.
So you don't mandate them to request that type of information?
No.
Yes, you don't. Or yes, you do.
No, we don't.
Okay, you don't.
Yes.
Sorry, in the standard letters that you prepare for MedScheme, none of them authorizes MedScheme to request confidential patient information.
As I said, Mr. Chair, the standard letters are not detailed to say this is what you will have to send if you request this kind of information. The kind of information that gets requested from service providers depends on the allegation that was investigated. So we cannot in any way have a pro forma letter up front to say this should be the way you are requesting that information. It is what the investigation has then identified, which would then want clarity from the service provider.
I think the question is that it's not about what specific, whether it's blood results or that or what, but confidential patient information may be requested in order. I mean, how do you verify what you're investigating? So in your pro forma letters, does it have a section that deals with requesting patient information and then saying under what rules the administrator may request such information?
Mr. Chairperson,
Yes.
perhaps if I could just try and reframe this and understand what we're getting at. From my understanding of the processes, so when the investigation reaches a particular point which necessitates, for example, information as to whether the service was properly rendered, which may consist of clinical information, that information can be requested. Remember, this is not the administrator requesting the information, it is the scheme requesting the information. Hence the approach that the scheme has taken. It's the practicalities which are outsourced, but the scheme remains ultimately responsible and accountable and exercises oversight as to what is ultimately received and requested from members. And by the way,
Sorry, I need to understand that. So you do mandate MedScheme to request confidential patient information?
the scheme requests it, yes.
So, well, we've got contradictory answers here. It's unclear to me because the letters are written on your letterhead
Correct.
by MedScheme, which you don't approve, but they're pro forma kind of
No, no, no.
instructions.
No, I think there's a bit of confusion.
I think
So-
really speak to your personal knowledge. Don't speak to what you understand MedScheme does. It's what you instruct MedScheme to do. I'm really trying to understand your personal knowledge.
Certainly. What I'm trying to just perhaps put forth is when remember there's various stages of the investigation, and normally it starts off with pro forma letters. However, as engagements occur, the type of correspondence that gets exchanged gets more and more pertinent. So, to my knowledge, it would be exceptionally rare to, shoot off the very first letter asking for confidential information. It would simply be setting out, we're doing a verification. This is the type of information as prima facie come to our view. We'd like to engage with you to understand the type of services that you require. If the engagement is positive, one need not necessarily then ask for confidential information. It just depends, and I think that's part of the problem, is that it's quite nuanced, and depending on the type of case that you're dealing with, you may or may not ask for the confidential information. If it is
I
required,
think
from what
sorry,
I,
Ms.
from
Mohammed,
what I
we-
understand, is then the decision
We
is
do
taken.
need a straight answer. I mean, I'm sorry
Well, I'm about to just-
interrupt you. Yeah.
Yes, from what I understand is that is brought to the fraud forum, which is where the scheme sits. And that information is then debated at the fraud forum, and the go-ahead to ask for that information is then specifically given on a case-by-case basis. That is my understanding. So yes, it is given, but it is not, as Advocate Williams says, sort of a blanket approach. It is on a case-by-case where necessary that the authority is then given.
Who sits on the fraud forum? Because you say, as you understand.
I chair the fraud forum, and MedScheme and other stakeholders are also sitting in the fraud forum.
Just to be clear, I'm not suggesting there's a blanket approach. I understand the nuance.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to ask is whoever determines there's a need to request it, you mandate MedScheme to request it.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
And on what basis do you do so?
Mr. Chair, it would be on the basis of the case itself, as I said before. Before we request or do anything, there's a background investigation that has been conducted. And I want to distinguish between the confidential information and any other information that gets requested from the provider. The reason why I'm doing it
Before you go there,
is,
you'll be aware, having sat through many of these proceedings, that one of the issues is legitimate claims that providers make potentially around protecting the patient confidentiality, and they can't get consent from their members. So you mandate MedScheme to ask for this information. The provider says, no, we can't get consent. There seems to be a legitimate deadlock there. But it is still used as a reason to place providers on indirect payment and suspend payments. And that creates a difficulty, which I'm trying to probe.
So, if I might, Mr. Chairperson, I'm sure many other schemes have pointed you to the fact that member consent is given regarding the accessing of clinical information in the application forms. Because clinical information, again, is not only needed for the investigation of fraudulent claims, it is required for things like authorizations, to see if the member has sufficient benefit, whether the procedure is covered by the member's benefit. So there's many instances where clinical information is required. Having said that, booklet 9 of the HPCSA booklets, which set out professional conduct, says that if a member has consented, service providers are enjoined to give that information. So the very professional body that has oversight over the service providers and presumably who the service providers are afraid to antagonize by giving this information actually says you must give that information when member has consented. if I might draw the analogy, remember the information is that of the members. Sorry. It's the members' information. It is not the provider's information. It's a bit like legal privilege. It is the client's information. It is not the lawyer's information. So where a member has consented, and it would be absurd for a member not to consent, because inherent to the processing of claims for which there's an insured benefit requires the insurer to know whether that claim is covered or not. It is inherent to the entire model. So there would be an absurdity to say, well, you can use it here, but if you're investigating me for fraud, then you can't. So it's a bit strange, but the ultimate legal test is, yes, the member has consented. The professional body says where the member has consented, you must give. So I fail to see where the prohibition comes, and it's not like this is supposed to be publicized. It's used for very particular purposes.
Try to assist this by taking you to a specific example.
Sure.
Can you have regard to page 468 of the panel's bundle?
Must be that way. Let me just.
Is that the table of,
No.
468?
Yeah.
Okay, our page, if that helps, looks like that.
It's a letter
No,
on the
no,
Bonitas.
no. We've got a list, a table of,
Table with chargeable codes.
Okay, let's go ahead. Once we locate the correct document, then we'll get back to this point.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. You were still on the terms of reference.
Yes, Chair. So we have wanted to set out the importance in terms of the various regulation, which Anissa has covered. Sorry, I just want to get my bearings, Chair, because we went slightly off track. So, Chair, as mentioned earlier in the discussions thus far, the above-mentioned policies have been adopted by Bonitas to ensure we act without fear, favor, or prejudice and rely solely on the facts when deciding on fraud, waste, and abuse matters. I do appreciate that in the absence of having had sight of our fraud, waste, and abuse policies as well as frameworks, which we have given an indication that we will share confidentially with the panel, this will become clearer in terms of the detailed how we conduct and what is in scope and what is out of scope. But I trust that we have addressed some of the questions. We constantly strive to act fairly, transparently, and within the boundaries of law at all time. And that is our formal submission and can go on record in that regard. Both our internal as well as our external auditors used to monitor these policies and interpret and apply consistently. So we are not as a scheme and would provide as judge and jury. We also have oversight from our independent auditors to help us to ensure that we do not, and yes, there might be deviations, but that those deviations are addressed as promptly as possible in accordance to the applicable charters that we have within the scheme. Further to that, as stated in the sanctions document, Bonitas reports all aberrant healthcare professionals to the Health Professional Council as well as other bodies. And to that point, from the beginning of 2016, when we contracted MedScheme as well as Quebeca, we reported close to about 62 cases to the Health Professional Council of South Africa and 19 cases to the South African Pharmacy Council. Of the 62 cases reported to the Health Professional Council of South Africa, only 11 cases has been finalized to date. Cases reported to the SAPC, unfortunately, nothing has been adjudicated in that regard. We also reported over 44 cases to the South African Police Services, and of that 44 cases, 7 healthcare practitioners have been found guilty of fraud by various courts in the country. The sentences imposed vary from imprisonment terms to fines to suspended sentences. The importance that I wish to highlight with this particular slide is that we follow due legal process in arriving at the process and addressing the scourge of fraud, waste, and abuse. Chair, and then moving to the particular point that was raised in terms of the terms of reference and the respondent complaints that we had. The scheme has taken a view to cooperate with the panel, as what I indicated in my opening statement, without jeopardizing its position in matters which may be served or be serving before the courts or any lawful tribunal at this particular point in time. It must be noted that the scheme submission and presentation made to the panel, as well as the scheme's responses to the complaints that were leveled against the scheme by HCP or complainants, are made strictly without prejudice and to any of its rights, and the scheme reserves its right to end to it at any time should it become necessary. However, for clarification and to the points of the questions raised, we would like to respond formally. The question that was raised by the actual tribunal was that medical schemes conduct profile-based racial terms on and only on Black and Indian doctors that are audited, and the point around it in our formal submission is that we refute that claims as Bonitas, and hopefully through the illustration and the submission that we have made through this presentation, we are able to demonstrate that we do not do any racial profiling towards Black and Indian doctors in any form.
Have you had a look at the racial statistics of the people investigated on your behalf, either by Gqubeka or by MedScheme?
Chair, no, we have not. For the very reason that I demonstrated is that how we conduct ourselves is based on practice numbers. I have satisfied myself as principal officer and that by the management team that we have looked in terms of what is the process followed and the tools utilized by the service providers that we give. So we have not directly gone and looked at the racial profiling or the race composition of the doctors that were subjected to fraud, waste, and abuse. At this point in time...
How do you know then that there are no racially biased outcomes if you have not asked for the information?
Yeah. Chair, to the point around it is that we investigate, and what we've demonstrated based on the merits of the data available to us, to either establish whether there's wasteful behavior, abusive behavior, or fraudulent behavior associated with it. Also, at this particular point in time, I alluded in my opening statement when I referred to the demographics of the Bonitas membership, that close to 75% of our members are African in terms of
What does that have to do with the service providers?
The point I'm trying to infer around it, ma'am, is that yes, they will utilize potentially, and it's an inference, it's not statistically based, but utilize doctors of similar racial background and in areas where those doctors are practicing. It's an inference, it's not statistically based. However, with that said, we are focusing in terms of understanding the behavior of the claims submitted for our members.
And what I don't follow is how can you come and refute racial outcomes when you have done absolutely no inquiries with the service provider that does the investigation on your behalf?
So when I indicate that we have done nothing, we have investigated. That's why we are able to demonstrate through our structures, through the policies and the application of it, through the oversight of our committees, that our approach has been factually based in terms of looking in relation to regulation and legislation, that we do not focus and go and look at a specifically set of doctors.
And how can you come here and draw inferences that Black patients will go to Black doctors just on a thumbs up without doing any investigation?
Chair, it is an area that's why I say it's not based on any statistical research or anything such as that, but it's an area that probably requires a bit more further investigation and looking
Oh,
at.
you've
Could
done
we-
zero investigation, and yet you come here, you say to us there's no racism, and then after that you make a racially loaded statement.
Chair, with all due respect, and I'm happy to withdraw the comment, the point I'm trying to make is that Bonitas has a medical fund through their service providers, do not conduct themselves and refute the statement that our practices in business is that is racially based.
I think that there are two things that don't really come to your assistance that you have been emphasizing because we accept them already.
you.
So you are beating a dead horse, but you're not helping us because you're not answering the direct question. The two things are, one, that there's no question that fraud, waste, and abuse must be investigated, and that the impact of fraud, waste, and abuse is to the detriment of the members of the medical schemes. No one has ever questioned that. That's not up for debate.
Yeah.
It is a duty on the medical schemes to protect their members' interests, and of course, it's a constitutional obligation on you to ensure that health services are properly provided. That's not even
Debatable.
that is really not up for debate.
Yeah.
Certainly not with this panel.
Yes.
The second thing that is not that we haven't that you keep speaking about, but we haven't really disputed with you, is that you use practice numbers in your approach to investigations, and that you don't look at race in the way in which you embark upon your investigations, or in the way in which targets for investigation are identified. The question to you is that how do you explain a racially biased outcome if you have not looked and asked your service provider what the outcome is of investigations in relation to Bonitas itself? So how do you explain that? How can you say there isn't any race bias at play if you haven't looked at your outcomes? Outcomes versus intention.
Chair, thank you very much for clarifying it, and I'm glad that we view it similarly in terms of what is not in dispute, because I think many a times we sit and we listen to this and
We don't really have the time. If you could just
don't.
answer the question,
Right.
please.
But to answer that question, Chair, through you, is that we have satisfied ourselves in terms of our governance and our processes. We do take the point that we probably require more intensive review from a racial perspective from the service providers, but at this point in time, we have not gone to that extent, nor were we expected to present that particular answer. I have on several occasions, Chair, with all due respect, written to the Secretariat over the last 6 weeks, requesting if there was particular questions to be answered, that we could adequately prepare for it. At this point in time, we prepared based on what we as a fund deemed discharging ourselves of our fiduciary duty to ensure that no such actions take place. However, I do take note that that answer requires, or question requires, a factual-based answer, and by all means, as a scheme, we will probe that further.
Because the duty that rests upon you is not only a duty to investigate fraud, waste, and abuse in the interest of your members, but it's also to ensure that your company, through your agent or directly, is not perpetrating racial discrimination.
Most definitely. And we don't condone as a fund any racial discrimination. And where we find, and you'd see it in the closing statement of our written submission, that we will take the necessary action where it's found to be the case by a service provider. Because as a fund, we do not. However, in terms of the current practice, is that our structures, our policies, our frameworks are geared towards ensuring that that doesn't take place.
May not be. And you won't know if it is actually effective and it is ensuring against, as you say, because you haven't looked at what does it produce.
Chair, point taken. Thank you.
There were questions that my colleague wanted to pose to Advocate Mohammed, but we lost the page number.
So it's the pages that are flagged in red, I'm told. There's, if we just look at one letter, the one that's dated the 3rd of July, 2018. Are you there?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So the one dated 3rd of July to a, yes, to a service provider. It begins, we've undertaken an analysis. Based on our provisional desktop audit to date, it's become necessary to verify the validity. It's become necessary to verify the validity of certain services claimed on behalf of our members. And then you say, find here under a list of the members and the services. And then you say that you request information in relation to a list of patients, 13 patients, their blood request form and the copies of the results of the blood requests that must be provided. And then you say, as per the advice of HPCSA, you should obtain the necessary consent from the above patients to share their clinical records with our unit.
Yes.
So how does that square with what you are saying, which is that they do not need to get consent from the members because the consent has been provided already?
Mr. Chairperson, please give me a moment. I'm just looking at the other ones.
So,
Questions in relation to that letter. One is in relation to that consent which you say they must go to the members, the service provider must get from the members. And the second is the advising the service provider that the payments are currently suspended. So you're suspending it in the, while you are attempting to verify the claims.
But those are standardized letters, and again, I'm wondering if we signed off on it.
Pussy? Which case is that?
can we take 10 minutes? Because we were meant to finish by 4, but it's still going on. So you can take
Thank
10
you.
if you want.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we can then focus on the question by Advocate Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So I've consulted very, very briefly with client and some of the administration staff that we have here, and I'm informed that, this is not a standard letter. What had happened in this interaction is that there was a debate going backwards and forwards where the service provider claimed he did not have the right, notwithstanding the scheme asserting that they've got consent from the member, that he did not have the right independently to supply the information sought. And as a result thereof, this paragraph seems to have made it into various iterations of ongoing reminders and correspondence. But from what I gather, it is not a standard letter. It was peculiar to the circumstances of this matter.
But the sentence says that the HPCSA has advised that the service provider should get the consent from members.
I take the point.
So they are the custodians of the ethical code for the service providers. So obviously their interpretation is that individual consent has to be obtained from the members for this purpose, and that the blanket consent that they've provided is insufficient.
Well, I can't speak to that. I do believe, though, the fact that the scheme had from what I gather from booklet 9, is that the blanket consent would be sufficient because of the nature of the type of relationship that the scheme has with members. And that was by extension then said, for particular purposes where schemes request those information, it should be forthcoming. Whether the debate also went because part of it was that if you look at the end of that sentence, it says, we act as the managed healthcare organization, and whether the scheme's consent presumably was not sufficient to cover that particular element or that particular link in the chain. As I say, we've consulted very, very briefly on this. I don't have anything further to add other than just to perhaps postulate that might have been a factor also.
Yes, I think let's proceed with the slide presentations.
Thank you very much.
May I just ask, sorry, one follow-up question on this? Sorry, Chair. Can you just point us to where in your rules the patient consents to disclose the information?
It is actually on each of the when the members sign up.
Oh, sorry, it's on the.
It's
So
on
where
the
is that
application
form? Where is a copy of that form?
Well, there's a form per member. I mean, we can make our pro forma available to you because it's on every single printed form. So when the member signs to apply to become a member of Bonitas, part of that is the consent.
So you don't have that wording readily at hand today?
I will pull it up for you right now.
Okay, and while you're doing that, could you also point us to, I've got booklet 9 here, we've looked at it, I don't see where booklet 9 says that what you say it says, so if you could point us to that as well, please.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. To move on to just the terms of reference, I've covered the first point. The second point that was raised was whether medical schemes demand members' patient confidential records when verifying the claims. Chair, we did cover it in previous, but I just, for the purpose of going on record, want to read it to you in terms of our submission. The scheme respects the confidentiality of members' and patients' information disclosed to treating healthcare professionals. When claims are submitted by the HCP, it is done with the ICD-10 codes, detailing the relevant diagnosis and the treatment plans to be employed. Motivation for pre-authorization contains very detailed clinical information about the condition, surgery and or treatment of the member when pre-authorization is requested. Verification of the services can be confirmed using other means other than the confidential information that is suggested. The scheme service providers have confirmed the verification of services does not only rely on confidential information of the members or patients, other than for the purpose of unlocking member benefits, entitlement, and processing thereof. And Chair, the other question that was asked by the panel was medical schemes conduct illegal probes and are guilty of entrapment techniques. Benita's Medical Fund's submission or response to this point is the scheme does not conduct any illegal probes in any form of entrapment. The scheme service providers have also confirmed to us that they do not conduct probes, nor do they use hidden cameras or entrapment of HCPs. However, they confirmed that they do conduct unannounced visits to healthcare professionals, and this they've gone on record to provide to us when we engaged on this subject matter. The next question that was also asked to us was medical schemes do not report HCPs to the appropriate regulatory bodies and the law enforcement agencies. In terms of the scheme's response is that Fraud, Waste and Abuse Matters has reported errant HCPs to both the Health Professional Council, the South African Pharmaceutical Council, as well as SAPS, as what I indicated in terms of the type of statistics that I presented in one of the aforementioned slides. The scheme cannot overemphasize the challenges that we encountered with the mentioned regulatory bodies and the South African Police Services in ensuring that the reported cases are investigated and finalized promptly. So this is a challenge that we're experiencing as a fund. And then finally, the question was posed to us in terms of medical schemes unlawfully being bullied or unlawfully bully healthcare professionals to sign acknowledgement of debts or AODs without any legal basis. Our response formally in that regard is that all the healthcare professional providers are invited at a particular time at the AOD meetings and advise up front in terms of their rights and their right to legal counsel or representation of their choice. In instances where there is no legal representation, and the healthcare professional elected to enter into the AOD with the scheme, the HCP does so voluntarily and without any coerced in any manner or form. It must be stressed that the healthcare professionals are informed of their rights to legal representation, and we have this on record from our service providers when we looked into this matter and these allegations. Then, Chair, moving on really to the last slide of our submission and our response. It's the following. The scheme has an escalation process where any person who feels aggrieved at any given time by the conduct of our scheme service providers while conducting an investigation to directly approach the scheme for any intervention. The scheme remains open to engage with any such person with an aim of equitably resolving any issues or disputes that is brought to our attention. The scheme further wishes to submit to the panel that it remains committed in working with the healthcare industry to get rid of fraud, waste and abuse to benefit the scheme and its members and all South Africans. The scheme remains committed to the Constitution and any other laws of this country. And then in closing, Chair, we would like to reiterate that in employing advanced and robust techniques, many persons who have sought to defraud the scheme and its members have faced the consequences of doing so, as has been seen by the outcomes of certain trials before our courts. The scheme would urge the panel to weigh up the interests of justice and the ordinary consumers who fall victim to some of the behavior that we have seen coming forward in this industry. The scheme does not tolerate any form of racism and objects to any allegations that it indulges and or supports such practices. I also, in this point, and not in my written submission, take cognizance of the points raised by the panel members, and yes, we will be taking this further. We do not see this as a conclusive matter, and we look forward to the report and the outcome that this panel will submit. In our view, insofar as it may pertain to the scheme, there is no basis to hold that the scheme, that Benita's Medical Fund specifically, employs racist practices in its business environment. It is certainly not something that the board or myself or any management condones that there should be racist, especially in terms of how far we have come as a country. And to that point, we give the commitment to address any of the findings that may be forthcoming from this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just tell me How do you decide on the amount to be recovered?
Chair, are you referring what in a
In the Section 59,
Yeah.
3 implementation?
Chair, in terms of the amount to be recovered, obviously this is based on the analysis in terms of where we have investigated and we have considered in terms of where there is actions that requires an amount. So it is based on a factual computation that is considered based on that analysis that is performed.
How is that computation
And
done?
also taking into consideration what is then presented to a provider, because that computation could result in a provider, when engaged, pointing out to probably an error or oversight on their behalf and a correction thereof. So it is through an engagement to get to a final number.
How do you compute the amount?
Chair, it is done through the actual claims adjudication process that our service providers obviously go through in terms of looking at the detailed claims by line item, by code, in terms of it. It's a very complex process, which personally as principal officer I cannot share at this particular point in time the level of detail for you, but I'm happy through the oversight that we provide through the committee and the policies associated that it articulates that process for us.
All right, but you personally don't know?
I personally am not an expert in that field, Chair.
All right. No, thank you. The other thing I just wanted to get clarity on is how much do you pay per annum in claims?
Chair, I can quickly draw up information and I can share that with you to give you a factually based number, but it will be based on the 2018 results.
Yes, no, it doesn't matter which,
Okay.
maybe if there's an escalation, it won't be more than 10%. And how much of that do you say is ascribable to FWA?
Chair, noted of those 2 points, can I suggest that the other 2 questions may be answered, and then I can come back to these 2 for you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairperson, I have the one for Advocate Williams. I'm just waiting for the reference to the HPCSA booklet to come through. But on the, I've got the 2017 application form, which I believe is still current. Section 11 of that talks to the protection of information. In other words, the scheme's undertaking to keep member information confidential. And I just want to highlight this. I will make the form available. We will only use your information for the following purposes: underwriting, assessing and processing medical services claims, fraud prevention and detection, statistical analysis, audit and record keeping, compliance with legal and regulatory requirements, verifying your identity. We may share your information with the service providers for the purposes of processing and rendering services to you. And then regarding the reciprocal consent that is required for this, it's found in section 12, and it says, I authorize my and my dependents' healthcare providers to disclose information to Bonitas and its contracted service providers and partners, provided that the information is treated as confidential, which is why I read the confidentiality obligations of the scheme. I agree to provide Bonitas with any medical or historical information and grant Bonitas access to medical information reasonably required relating to a specific ailment, disease, disorder, condition, or disability. So there's other, but I mean those go specifically to the clinical data, and the consent both to service healthcare service providers, as well as the member's own undertaking to then facilitate the information.
How long should doctors keep records for?
I understand it's 6 years from the HPCSA guidelines, but I can find that reference for you.
But so you rely on the HPCSA guidelines, not on a specific rule that applies in relation to service providers? And
no, we refer to the HPCSA guideline. If you just give me a moment, I will then find the appropriate booklet still for you.
While you're looking for that, Mr. Makanda, can I ask you a question? Just because I still am struggling with understanding how Bonitas interacts with MedScheme and how much oversight you have over MedScheme's conduct. We, of course, haven't seen your contract, so we can't use that, so we're relying entirely on what you tell us today for the moment. But how many people do you manage in your team as head of FWA operations?
At Bonitas, which is the head office, it's only myself. There's no one else. And
Okay.
then at MedScheme, I think it's 54 people that operate under that or on that division only.
So you're solely responsible for all FWA activities at Bonitas?
Yes.
Okay. And how often do you meet with MedScheme then in terms of performing the oversight
Oversight.
and engagement? Yeah.
We have 2 standout meetings on a monthly basis that we sit, and in those meetings it's either the fraud forum or the one-on-ones that I have with them. And in those meetings, it's where then we go through every other thing that we believe should get clarity on, including specific cases.
Okay.
I mean, this oversight, how does it actually work? You see, because as you have testified, you have no insight into specific letters that go out. That's all administered by MedScheme. So you have a general conversation every fortnight.
It's not a general conversation, Mr. Chair. It is specific to certain cases that have been brought to my attention, for example, or cases that MedScheme would want to relay to me for approval.
So it's either they've come to you or MedScheme has decided which cases should be discussed.
I've got my own cases that I would just want them to give me clarity on, and think it's only fair that I explain this thing. The amount of cases that they carry on a monthly basis, it cannot be possible for me to have an oversight on each and every one of them. Hence, I'm saying it is only those cases that then they would feel it warrants my intervention, and then I will intervene on those, including those that myself I will pick and choose which case I should then ask them how far they are, and then I will have an oversight on those kind of cases.
I think we appreciate that it should be quite a taxing exercise. And what's the average cases they're carrying per month that you say it's impossible for one individual to have an in-depth oversight of?
From what I've been told and what I've seen on the system, because I also have access to the system that they use, it is anything up to, say, 100 per analyst.
So MedScheme's own analysts are handling 100 cases a month, each analyst.
Depending on the volumes that would have come for that particular month, but it varies. I cannot sit here and say it's 20 cases. It varies depending on how many cases were then spit out by the system and the hotlines that they receive for that particular month.
And then how many analysts will then report to you?
As I said, Mr. Chair, there's no analyst reporting to me.
Yeah.
I get the reports from the head of that unit, which is the general manager, and he's the one reporting to me, telling me exactly what is going on. As for the analysts, it is MedScheme and their supervisors and everybody else who's there who then manages them.
But I just want to understand, I mean, if you have on average one analyst, 100 cases, I mean, even for that specific analyst who's doing 100 cases, that is a big job.
It
And
is.
there is a big scope for mistakes. And then to multiply those, maybe let's say 4 analysts, that's like 400 cases already. And that's what you have to contend with every month.
Mr. Chair, it's not 400 cases that I sit with as a person. As I said, I manage the manager who manages those cases. It is those that they would then come to me for an approval that I will overlook. And for those that I will pick and choose depending on what I want to achieve for that particular questioning or kind of case that I want clarity on.
And in an average meeting, how many cases will you be able to look at specifically?
Okay. I always have, say, 4 to 5 hour meeting with the head of that unit. And within that meeting, because we're not only discussing cases, we can discuss up to 10 to 20, depending on the volumes that we would have agreed upon upfront.
So the overwhelming majority really just is the baby of MedScheme.
If you take that 100 and then the 20 that we are looking at, yes, the 80 could be then what MedScheme is handling on their own.
And those that you discuss in these meetings are those cases that require specific decision-making oversight by you?
Yes.
And do you know the names of the service providers who are implicated when you are having those discussions in the meetings?
Because I would ask questions as to who this provider is, where is it, and what are the issues, then I would get to know who the provider is.
The analysts know the providers. That's the source of your information.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in terms of the 22 or 23 complaints that Bonitas has responded to, do you recall those being discussed at any of your meetings?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I recall quite a number of them having been discussed in those forums.
And what was Dr. Kalanda discussed?
No, Dr. Kalanda was not one of them.
Which providers were discussed, or which complainants were discussed?
For example, the city hospital matter was discussed. The matter of NSHI and HCPA, it was discussed. And CleanPath, it was discussed.
Sorry, how could the matter of the national NCPA, that was, as I understand, the submission, unless I've got it wrong, it wasn't a complaint. I mean, sorry, it wasn't a product of an investigation.
It was reported because there was a process that was already on play. That's why they had to report as to how far that matter is.
So 3 of them.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry, one last question, Mr. Makanda. Does MedScheme also provide monthly and quarterly reports to the scheme?
Yes, they do.
Can you provide that to us?
Certainly.
A sample of those. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any
Chair, if I can then move on to your question poses the claims value paid to the point as at the last financial year, it was close to 13.9 billion rand that we pay, keeping in mind in 2019 we have seen a steep increase in terms of utilization cost, so yeah, it would be significantly higher than the 13.9 billion. Your question that you also asked is how much is fraud, waste and abuse? Chair, to the point of what we've reported since we started in 2016, about 297 million, and this is as at the end of 2018, we calculated close to about 297 million rand quantified due to fraud, waste and abuse. We recovered only close to about 84 million. However, what is quite important for us is on the waste and abuse side of it is the
Just a
trade.
moment, that's for 2018,
That was as reported in our financial statements at the end of 2018.
for the period 28, for the
would
financial
be-
year in, okay.
Correct.
And in terms of the financial structure that you've designed with MedScheme, are they entitled to a percentage of that 84 million?
Of the 84 million.
Yeah.
Chair, they get paid on a per member per month fee. Sorry, apologies, just give me a second. Chair, what I've just been advised from a council perspective is that we are subject to certain confidentiality associated with it. However, I'm happy to make a written submission to the panel directly, just for your info, and to go publicly in terms of how that commercial arrangement is arrived at.
Thank you. Unless there are any further points from your side, this will conclude the inquiry. It just remains of me to thank you for the time spent in preparing and appearing and putting up with our questions. And we're looking forward to your supplementary submissions.
Chair, on behalf of the panel and on behalf of Bonita's Medical Fund, thank you very much, and thank you for affording us the opportunity. And we'll in due course try to answer all the particular questions that was raised in our supplementary submission. Thank you very much, and all the best with your process.
Thank you. The inquiry is adjourned. We are resuming tomorrow at 10 a.m.